السلام على رسول الله وعلى آله وصحبه ومن والاه. We'll continue على بركة الله تعالى ببركة الله. This is بإذن الله the إجازة that is going to be given for those students, alhamdulillah, who have been, mashallah, attending the whole dawrah. So we have the two books with the chain of narration going back to Shaykh al-Islam Ibn Taymiyyah, alhamdulillah. So here for Zahiruddin al-Mubarak Furi, and then an Ahmed al-Dahlawi on his father, and going back, mashallah, to the Shaykh al-Islam Ibn Taymiyyah. The same for the book of Ibn Hazam, inshallah. And then the other one about that we're going to study the book of the answer or the new atheism, inshallah. That's it is, an effort and inspiration from books that we're going to share with you. So this is bi'idhnillah, Brother Ibrahim, he's working on it to have the name of the student who has completed the 4th annual dawrah here at Al-Amaan Center with the university, inshallah. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والصلاة والسلام على رسول الله وعلى آله وصحبه ومن والاه. We'll continue the book of the Akhlaq of Ibn Hazam بإذن الله تعالى. One of the points that I had a question after we had finished is the one that we have said about, I think I have it here, 1 hour of neglect can undo a year of pious effort. And I have mentioned, I said, there's a saying which say, سيئات أو حسنات الأبرار سيئات المقربين. حسنات الأبرار سيئات المقربين. The ill deeds or the sins of the righteous or the good deeds of the righteous are indeed the sins of the foremost one, the muqarrabin, the very close to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. But this is from the perception of the muqarrab, but in the record are not sins. So here, when we talked about, when someone gets close to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala and he made a mistake or a sin, he said in his saying, and this is very profound, to neglect or to be neglectful in an hour. And neglectful we mean like someone will be not paying attention, not being grateful for the moment that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala enabled him to be with him, or making mistakes. And as I have shared with you the story of Al-Imam Sufyan al-Thawri rahimahullah ta'ala, in what has been narrated on him, and which the same story actually has been narrated about many other righteous predecessors, but it is about the moral of the story. And they gave the example of someone when he climbed a mountain and get to the summit, it will take them a lot, they require from them a lot of effort and everything. But when someone, subhanAllah, will fall from the top, he will fall in a very short time. Which there's another parable which will be implemented, because one of the questions he said, how cannot, if I'll repent and come back to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala right then, will not get back to the rank that I had been in. So it's not a question. A person, as I have said, is always in the bounty of Allah. He's in the rahmah of Allah. But subhanAllah, it's like, for example, there's a lot of examples. One of the examples, someone he's very well known and skilled in certain game, for example. But he might be, having injuries. He will not be able to provide that efficiency and, take advantage of his skills during those injuries. As a matter of fact, it might be this is the best, example. If someone, for example, fall and he has his leg, for example, twisted or broken, it's something beyond his capacity. He cannot walk. He has to wait for his leg to heal. So when someone in a higher level, the sin comes as a disease. So the disease is within the system of the soul. So for the soul to get back to that level, it requires healing back. And that healing, you don't know how long it's going to take. It depends on the sin. It depends on the person. Is he or he's not aware of the damage they have done, you know? Some people, you know, it takes them longer time even to heal from a wound or to heal from a broken bone. Some people, they have to go through months of therapy. So this is, subhanAllah, is a physical thing. So imagine with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. It does not mean that the person, he will never do a mistake. It's normal. But however, that constant striving to be always striving, then we know that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala guaranteed to you that He will guide you to His path as long as you strive. وَالَّذِينَ جَاهَدُوا فِينَا لَنَهْدِيَنَّهُمْ سُبُلَنَا. The saying that they have said, you know, the hasanatul abrari, sayyiatul muqarrabin, how can we understand it? How can be sins for the foremost one? Indeed, they're not sins at sins in the conscience or into the perception of the muqarrabin, because he had to be in a level that he will, you know, feel like doing a sin if he does not do the action that he usually been doing. Sayyida Aisha radiallahu ta'ala anha, she explained to us the meaning of this saying. She said to one of the, you know, tabi'een student, you know, coming to ask a question and learn from her, she told them, you are doing things, you know, that you think is as, you know, as great and accurate. قالت تكون أدق من الشعر, you know, as accurate and right, like, you know, you've been meticulous as you sing, like, you know, as thin as the hair. So, you know, you've been, you know, very, very meticulous in the way how the parable, they say, تعملون أعمالا تحسبونها أدق من الشعر, which is being meticulous and very, very, you know, accurate and precise in your way. She said, you know, such action for the companion, they used to consider it one of the big sins. One of the example. A person every day comes and he or she attends the salah on time. When they get to the prayer, for example, the masjid, the imam is in the first rak'ah or the second rak'ah, it's alhamdulillah, he made it. For the muqarrab, you know, if he does not catch takbirat al-ihram, that really hurt his heart and he feel that he commit a sin. So that's what the meaning. So the hasanat of al-muqarrabin, the good deeds of the righteous people, alhamdulillah, you feel it's good deeds. It is in the book of Allah as a good deed. But the muqarrab, he's at a high level, you know, of closeness, that he see this mistake is kind of, he tripped, he's slipping away. So when he get to the salah, and this is talking about the companion, not talking about ourselves. So when he get to the salah and he feel that the Prophet ﷺ already started the prayer, they consider it among themselves, it's like something big. To the point that some of them, they would look at their brother and said, you know, can to appease them, tell them a word of appease, how can you have, you know, missed such a thing? That's why Sayyida Aisha said, you are doing things that is very, very normal. It's so actually great that you're doing, that those mere action in the time of the Prophet ﷺ, and Sayyida Aisha talking about the time that she lived it, you know. قالت كانوا يعدونها من الكبائر, they used to count it among the kabair. So this is a perception of, you know, racing and of purity and being close to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, but is not as such into the book of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. That's the meaning of it. Therefore, someone will be always with the help of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala within the path of the guidance, but the ranks to Allah their levels are infinite. So focus, devotion, dua, humility helps someone to continue climbing into the ranks toward the nearness of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. But someone, when he starts to be neglectful, then falling is going to be like more or like faster than climbing, and then it's going to be, it might require the double of the effort to gain back that sweetness that the person once had. And this is the meaning of it. So how to try to avoid such a thing is always to be grateful to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala for every action you do. We'll continue بإذن الله تعالى. طيب, we mentioned نوار الفتنة لا يعقد. نوار, in time of civil war, the blossom does not set fruit. And we mentioned that last time, yesterday. طيب. We'll continue. يقول المصنف رحمه الله: ووجدت أفضل نعم الله تعالى على العبد أن يطبعه على العدل وحبه وعلى الحق وإيثاره. As we have said, we're going to go through the main one that they are the core of the whole book, and one of them, it will be representing a set of other one. So reading inshallah will help us to have an idea of the whole book and studying the whole book. But the one who want to get more details, he will see that we have done, alhamdulillah, inshallah, we'll be doing it the whole book in this manner. But you have the whole book, inshallah, if you want to read it in more details. And I have said, these are books that someone will keep them company with him and with her the rest of their life, to review them, to study them, to teach them, to share them, and so on. Here قال ووجدت أفضل نعم الله. I have found the best of the the most utmost of the gift of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala on his servant, أن يطبعه على العدل, أن يطبعه على العدل, that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala bestow upon him the gift to have the character of the justice, to have the character of fairness. أن يطبعه من الطبيعة, so it becomes something part of his inner nature. So Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, imagine, give you this nature of adl, to give you the nature of the adl. As Al-Ashaj ibn Qais, one of the Prophet ﷺ, said, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, you have two characteristics or two traits that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala love in you. They are forbearing, and قال الحلم والأنات, and patience, and taking time and reflect and everything. And then he said, Ya Rasulullah, these things that I have gained, or Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala gave me or bestow upon me this gift to have it innate in me. He said, no, you have them innate in me. So he said, Alhamdulillah, that Allah make this characteristic to be innate in me, characteristic that Allah and His Messenger love. So if Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala give this characteristic for a servant, this is one of the greatest gift of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala upon him. However, it does not mean someone, if he does not have in his and her inner nature to be fair and just, it means that this is someone he's bad. No, this is subhanallah, fadl of Allah. Then someone need to train and strive himself or herself to gain this characteristic. Because the Prophet ﷺ in hadith يقول الحلم بالتحلم والعلم بالتعلم. الحلم, if you want to gain patience and forbearance and be a forgiver, you're going to train and practice on such a thing. You strive to have it. The same as you cannot be knowledgeable without a student or being a student of knowledge, acquiring knowledge. So anything in your life that you think is a virtue that you do not have, you want to gain it, being passive and look at it as something great and not try to have it, that's the nature of someone passive and dormant, and he's negligent. But anything that you see that you love and you do not have it, you can have it by striving for it and ask Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to bestow it upon you. Exactly as the knowledge. Exactly, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala said, you come out from the womb of your mother, you do not know anything. And Allah give you the ability to learn. So you have the eyes, you have the the listening, and then Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala give you the heart and give you the mind and the intellect. So you have all this ability to learn. So as inquiring and learning help you to be having knowledge and being knowledgeable, the same thing. You can do this thing for the hilm. You can do this same thing for being generous. You can do such a thing also by being, a person who is just. قال يطبعه على العدل وحبه وعلى الحق وإيثاره. So two things, to be having this inner nature of being just and the love of the justice, and to follow the truth and to have the truth to prevail in all his action, which is mean إيثار الحق. إيثار الحق is to advance the truth on anything. فما استعنت على قمع هذه الطوالح الفاسدة وعلى كل خير في الدين والدنيا إلا بما في قوة من ذلك ولا حول ولا قوة إلا بالله. And whatever you do in your life to reprimand, to stop, to repress, to strive against any obstacle that it will be taken away from you, the love of justice, the acting in justice, the submission to the truth, one need to be truly make it his and her very, let's say, focus and purpose in their life. وأما من طبع على الجور واستسهاله وعلى الظلم واستخفافه فلييأس من أن يصلح نفسه والعياذ بالله أو يقوم طباعه أبدا وليعلم أنه لا يفلح في دين ولا في خلق محمود. But the one who has innate in him والعياذ بالله injustice واستسهاله, someone's he's unjust, but the fact to be unjust sometimes acts, but there's something in the self they believe that they're not doing right. But istishali is to take it easy. I mean, someone he's not having any problem or being oppressor. It's like something, some people they enjoy doing it. And al-dhulmi was istighfafihi, the same, like transgressing people, oppressing people. And wastighfafihi is like he does not regard it as something big. It's something like normal. It's like someone going to a restaurant eating, this person oppressing and doing such terrifying thing, horrifying thing, and it does not have anything, no remorse, no grief, nothing. This type of people, they should really give up from having their own soul to be corrected, or to to correct their character. أبدا, ever. وَلْيَعْلَمْ أَنَّهُ لَا يُفْلِحُ فِي دِينٍ. Such a people cannot be successful in the belief or be successful in gaining any good moral. Of course, someone saying that, it's like this person is condemned, so it's like saying, okay, there is no tawbah for these people. The problem for these people, they don't want tawbah. They don't want to be corrected. And they don't see actually that they are wrong, and that's the problem. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala told us about Fir'aun. When Musa, he asked him and talked to him with the very sweet words, calling him with wisdom, he just turned away and said, I am your supreme Lord. So, despite the fact he believed that Musa is not a liar, as Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala told us in Surah An-Naml, قَالَ وَجَحَدُوا بِهَا وَاسْتَيْقَنَتْهَا أَنفُسُهُم. They were certain what Musa is bringing to them is from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Because those manifest miracles, nobody can deny them. واضح. قال also there's people they want to be, they name to be mentioned. The way to be mentioned praise قال من عيب حب الذكر أنه يحبط الأعمال إذا أحب عاملها أن يذكر بها. One of the real negative impact and disadvantage and bad effect of the action or the fact to be want to be praised. There's people, they enjoy it. They are waiting to be praised, to be thanked. There is a different type of thanks. If someone, thanking other people who did for you good, it's an obligation, because the hadith of the Prophet ﷺ, whoever does not thank the people does not thank Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. But there's people, they only do the action to be thanked. And this thanks, it's not like thank you to feel like, that boost of energy, of brotherhood, of, collaborating, helping. No thanks to boast people, like, it's like I want you to thank me because kind of I'm better than you, or things like that. So that's subhanallah, hubbu dhikr, it has some of the ujub. And the ujub, the difference between the riya and ujub, the riya is to have a third party, someone else that you want to show off. But the ujub is something inside you. You feel like excessive self-esteem, that volume of the ego get to a volume that subhanallah becomes a person eccentric, and so on. قال إذا أحب عاملها أن يذكر بها. So this is what is going to void and take away the reward of any action you do. Why? Because you're going to void them by the fact that you want to be praised for that action that you have done. So someone, for example, he gave the sadaqah, helped someone, he said, and he loved to be helped. So the person, he said, MashaAllah, Jazakumullah khair, you are a great person. Without you, I could not have done this. And he really feel it good. He feel that he's nourished his ego. And that's subhanallah. So the action that he has done, he didn't do it for Allah. He did it for that self-satisfaction. Having that self-satisfaction, erased the deed from the record, because that is the shirk. قال وهو يطمس الفضائل لأن صاحبه لا يكاد يفعل الخير حبا للخير لكن يذكر. And this will take away the virtue. So this person does not have any more that good character. What it has is a facade. Why? Because he's only doing it for the self-satisfaction. And that's not right. أبلغ في ذنبك من مدحك بما ليس فيك لأنه نبه على نقصك. It is someone who really praise you with things that you do not have is in reality is the biggest insult. Why? Because he kind of pointed how a problem and shortcoming you have in yourself. Because if someone is say, oh, mashallah, you are great in this thing, and you know that you're not. So this is an insult. And let you know, as you do not have this character, so you have a lot of shortcomings and defects. وَأَبْلَغَ فِي مَدْحِكَ مَنْ ذَمَّكَ بِمَا لَيْسَ فِيكَ. And someone who truly praised you and highly praised you, when he insults you or kind of criticize you with things that you do not have. You say you are a stingy, greedy person. You know that you're not. So he insulted you, he criticized you with something that you do not have. So that is a praise for you, actually, is a praise in you. Why? Because he pointed to how good you are. How good you are, not for a vanity or to boast or to show off, no. But he pointed to some of your virtue. وَلَقَدْ انْتَصَرَ لَكَ مِنْ نَفْسِهِ بِذَلِكَ. And actually, he's kind of supporting and helping you. Yeah? Why? Because people, they know, that he is a liar. If they don't know now, they're going to know it in the future. Because the time will show that you're always on your path, and that person, he always saying things, change his statement, and then they they find out that he's a liar. Said, subhanallah, what he has said about that brother, that is not right. Actually, that brother, he's been this and this and this. So this is, which is mean like, do not be hurt if someone insults you or criticizes you in your back, because if he criticizes, as we have said, we think that you do not have, so actually he's pointing at some good virtue that you have. And he's saying the person who is imperfect, if he knows about his imperfection, then he becomes a good person. But the problem, and he becomes a perfect. Why? Because the problem of people that they do not know that they have a lot of imperfections. And some of them they don't want to know. Then, however, there is no single person who is free of any defect. So who is the Sa'id, who is the happy one, who is the fortunate one? The fortunate one is the one who has the less of shortcoming, the less of the defect. So the less defect you have, that's the one who's really the one with great virtue, who should be happy for that. But to say I do not have any mistakes or imperfection, so it's someone who's really the opposite of that. This person is the imperfect. The next one, Man tawa min ikhwanika, this is in the friendship. This is great things in the friendship, you know. Some of the things that the author, rahimahullah, talked about himself and how he strove to get rid of them. And this is one of the great virtue, actually, to put in a book some of one's, weakness, and how he was striving to get rid of them, and how Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala helped him to get rid of them. So he talked about that, and then he came to a conclusion and putting in a maxim or in a principle. So we'll be reading those principles to have the idea about what he had also went through. من طوى من إخوانك سره الذي يعنيك دونك أخون لك ممن أفشى سرك أخون لك ممن أفشى سرك. The one, subhanallah, there's a type of people that you confess, you share with them your own secret. So the one who's really disloyal, more disloyal to you as a friend, not the one who, give away your own secret. The one who has a secret about you that it concerns you and he does not share it with you. That's more disloyal than the one that you share with him a secret and he will share it with other people. Why? Because this one, he kind of betrayed and mistrust. Because if he heard something about you, and knows about you, and there is a secret that he should tell you to protect yourself, to correct yourself, and he does not want to say it to you. So this one, not only he betrayed you, but he mistrusts you. And this is worse than the person who will share your secret. Do not try to get close to the one who neglects you, the one who truly does not care about you. Why? Because if you do that, what you're going to reap? Deception and shame. Deception and shame. So many people, they want to be close to people. Why? Because they think that they're interesting people, or they have certain quality, or because they're known, because they have something, subhanallah, they think that they're going to help them be famous among the groups that they are, or things. There is a lot of reason, but the rule here is like, if you are seeking to be close to someone who's really does not yazhadu fika, he's not like warm toward you, then what this action of yours to try to get close to this person is going to result into deception and shame. However, do not neglect the one who wants to be close to you. فإنه باب من أبواب الظلم, because if you neglect and turn away from someone who wants to be close to you, of course, we're talking about in the way of the justice, in the way of the true friendship, in the way of the deen. Someone wants to be close to you, maybe he likes the way you talk, he wants to learn from you and things. Of course, into the let's say, in the itar, into the perspective of brotherhood, of sisterhood that we are talking about. So if someone, feel like, he does not want him, he's neglecting a person who comes to him. فَإِنَّهُ بَابٌ, this is actually a kind of dhulm, kind of injustice, kind of transgression. Why? Because it is kind of rewarding someone who's been good with you. Muhsinun, someone who's muhsin. He wants you to be with you in a way of a brotherhood or things, and how you are rewarding back, how compensating, how you're reciprocating by something, by being rude. And this is a sort of dhulm. The Prophet ﷺ taught us, when amazing story, a servant, a girl, she went to the souk. It's a beautiful story. Just give you the summary of the story. And to buy something, and she lost her money. And she was scared that if she's going to go back to the house, and servant you were talking about, she was young, and a servant at that time means that she's slave. So she's gonna be like in a big trouble. She went to the Prophet ﷺ, she held her hand and she told him. So the Prophet ﷺ, not only he bought for her what she had lost and what they asked her to do, she told him, now, Ya Rasulullah, the problem, now they're gonna be like punishing me, because I'm late. Can you come with me? So imagine the Prophet ﷺ, the Prophet, the leader of the Ummah, the messenger of Allah, the best of the creation. This small girl holding his hand and holding her hand and going with her very far out of his way to take her home. So when he get to the home, he said, Assalamu alaikum. Nobody answered. So Assalamu alaikum. The second time, nobody answered. The third time, nobody answered. At the third time, he was going to leave, and the whole people in the house rushing out. Welcoming the Prophet ﷺ. Imagine someone, a house, you open the door, and who's at the door? The Prophet ﷺ. So the Prophet was wondering, he said, seeing how warm they were, like in his welcoming, he said, I said Assalamu alaikum 3 times. He said, Ya Rasulullah, we were waiting for the 3 times to get the whole blessing of the first salam, and second salam, and third salam. So this young girl, servant, coming to the Prophet ﷺ seeking his help. He didn't say, I'm busy or things. But this is one of the moral of the wisdom that we are sharing with you here. قال this is very important, which is a summary of all this here. قال لا تنصح على شرط القبول. This is very profound, and everyone must, I say should, but with the heart that we want to share the way how to improve our character, really to take it at heart and act upon it. لا تنصح على شرط القبول. لا تنصح على شرط القبول ولا تشفع على شرط الإجابة ولا تهب على شرط الإثابة. Do not give advice with the condition to be heard and for your advice to be accepted. Because there's people, they want you to give you advice, it's like they're bossing you. They want you to it's like an order. Now, if you want to give advice, don't give it with the intention that need to be heard and implemented. لا تنصح على شرط القبول ولا تشفع على شرط الإجابة. If someone asks you to intercede on their favor, a child come to you and said, I have my parents, they're going to be giving me a problem and everything. Can you come to intercede, talk to them? Many issues, things like that. Actually, the Prophet ﷺ want to intercede in the favor of the husband of Barira when they get separated, and he begging her to get back to her, and she refused. The Prophet ﷺ wanted to intercede, to tell her, can you please, regard him thing. So when she told him, she said, Ya Rasulullah, when he talked to her, she said, Ya Rasulullah, did you come to order me or to intercede? Why? Because if it's an order, I'm going to say, I hear and obey. If you are to intercede, it's something else. He said, no, I just come to intercede on his behalf. She said, no, Ya Rasulullah, I don't want to go back to him. She was so... So the intercession here, and the Prophet ﷺ interceded, even intercede to Jabir ibn Abdullah. Jabir ibn Abdullah, when his father passed away, he had a lot of debts, his father, and he was like carrying the debt of his father. So the Prophet ﷺ, he wanted to intercede for him, for people to reduce his debt. So when they came to the masjid, said, Ya Rasulullah, this is an order for me. He said, no, just for helping him. He said, no, Ya Rasulullah, we give the money, he give us back the money. So here the Prophet ﷺ, he interceded, and the Prophet ﷺ, for helping, when you do such a thing, is you want to help. You want to help your brother, you want to help your sister. But if you say no, if someone tell you, can you help me in this? You're going to say, oh, that person I don't like, he usually, he said, no, I will not do it. Why? Because in our mind, I will not do the action only if I'm going to be honored. I'm going to be appreciated. If I know someone is going to decline my request, then I'm not going to go. So your shafa'ah, that is the ajr, that is the action, that is the virtue, that is the good character. But if I'm going to put a condition that I'm not going to only do it except if I'm going to be appreciated and I'm going to be accepted, or my intercession be accepted, no. قال ولا تهبوا على شرط الإثابة, and do not give anything with the condition that you're going to be rewarded. Because the reward is on Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. If you're seeking thanks, if you're seeking praises, or you're seeking the reward from Allah, after you fulfill the action, ask Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to accept from you. Ibrahim alayhi salam, he is building the Kaaba. A task that Allah gave him, a very honorable task. While he's building, what he's saying? رَبَّنَا تَقَبَّلْ مِنَّا, oh Allah, accept from us. إِنَّكَ أَنْتَ السَّمِيعُ الْعَلِيمُ. So how can I do action seeking the reward when I didn't do actually the action? Let me do the action, fulfill the action, and then ask Allah to accept it, that I might get the reward. So all of these, let's say, hidden intention spoil the action. This hidden intention, hidden ill intention, spoil the action. However, someone should do them. قال على سبيل استعمال الفضل وتأدية ما عليك من النصيحة والشفاعة وبذل المعروف. So someone do them by being virtuous, being a person who act in good moral, to do the nasiha, that's as an obligation on you in the deen. The nasiha is not something that is a favor you do. You are doing it as a ibadah. And you do the same, the shafa'ah. The shafa'ah, if you have the ability, you have to do it, because the nature of the believer is to help, to support. قال وبذل المعروف, and to give as much, goodness, that's to be a source of goodness, an inspiration of goodness. That's what we want to be. But putting obstacle and hidden ill intention, then we are spoiling all the action. قال وليس كل صديق ناصحا. Not every friend he going to give you the good advice. لكن كل ناصح صديق. Not every friend is a good advisor in a way to be sincere to you in advice. No. But everyone who advises you sincerely is a friend. So it's not, your friends, not those who are close to you and things, but those, they might not be advisors. They might even neglect you. They don't, see you doing wrong things, and they don't want to talk. However, they might be talking in your back. So who is your true friend? He's the one who gives you the nasiha. And what is the definition of the nasiha here? Which perspective? We know the nasiha in the way of the deen, but in the way of character and moral, the nasiha أن يسوء المرء ما ضر الآخر. The nasiha, you see something in your brother or done to your brother or he's doing that is hurt you. It hurts you. That it might not be hurting that person. The person who's going through it, he's not mindful of how bad is the thing that he's doing. So if he truly sincere and it hurt you, and that person cannot even see it, so that's the nasiha. It's not about him asking you or like, can you come to ask you about nasiha, but something that is hurt you, despite the fact that it does not hurt that person, or does not, maybe he does not see it, that's where you're going to do the nasiha. هذا شرط في النصيحة. The nasiha, as should be done, there are levels. The first time, the nasiha are 2 times, and then the third one. And after the third one, truly there is no nasiha, there is, different language as he's saying here. قال النصيحة مرتين. The advice is to be done 2 times. فالأولى فرض وديانة. The first time when you do it, that's an obligation and a way of practicing the deen. The second one, warning and reminding. Because the first time you have to do it, part of your deen. You saw a munkar, you can't do it. That's practicing your own deen. That's your worship. The second time when you're going to do it, for the same person, is going to be tanbih, warning, and tadhkir, reminding. The third one is going to be tawbihun wa taqrih, reprimanding. So the language is going to be like reprimanding, as Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala said about the hypocrite, how the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, he told them, قال أولئك الذين يعلم الله ما في قلوبهم فأعرض عنهم وقل لهم في أنفسهم قولا بليغا. Those that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala knows what they have in their heart. Turn away from them, do not listen to them. However, give them a very direct speech, a speech that get, to shake their deep selves. قل لهم في أنفسهم قولا بليغا. وليس وراء ذلك إلا الركل واللطام. He's saying, in a way like, he said, there is nothing beyond that except for someone to be spanked or hit or to do, whatever. وربما أشد من ذلك من البغي والأذى. اللهم إلا في معاني الديانة فواجب على المرء ترداد النصح. However, when it comes in the matter of the deen, someone should continue or always to make the nasiha. However, the nasiha in the deen and the way of the nasiha, and there is a very true thin line between advising and insulting. Very thin line. You might be intending to advise a person, but in reality, you might be insulting the person. So, you are intending the nasiha, but the person, he felt like you've been insulting him. Therefore, you're not going to have that nasiha to be effective, nor that person is going to accept it from you. فيقول إذا نصحت فانصح سرا لا جهرا. When you're going to give nasiha, do it, in seclusion, secretly, not openly. That's one thing, very important. You cannot make some nasiha. Someone is on the road, people are getting things, and someone give him nasiha. That's wrong, what you're doing, you should not do this. That it turned to be insult. وبتعريض الله بتصريح. The second character is بتعريض الله بتصريح, which is like you imply, do not do it openly, Like Al-Hasan wal-Hussein radiallahu ta'ala anhuma, they saw an old person making the wudu wrong. And they want to give him the nasiha. He's an elder person. How are they going to tell him you are doing the wudu wrong? They came and said, yeah, Ameur, or our uncle, can you help us? He said, yeah, yes. He said, I've been, arguing with my brother saying who's making the wudu right. Can you watch us and be judged among us? He said, okay. So they make wudu, and the wudu taught to them by the Prophet ﷺ, they made exactly the same wudu in a perfect way. He said, like, sons, I think I'm the one who's wrong. I'm learning from you. They give the nasiha by implying. They didn't say you are wrong, we want to teach you or help you. No, sometimes you imply, and there's a saying, he said, the one who understands, you just twinkle at the person, he understands that he's wrong. But the one who does not, sometimes you have to hit him with the elbow to be, to get noticed. طيب. قال ولا تنصح على شرط القبول منك, and this is the same thing that he said earlier. You see, he repeats, فإن تعديت هذه الوجوه فأنت ظالم, and do not make the nasiha with the condition into your heart that they must take it from you. If you do such a thing, you have actually crossed the border and you're becoming a transgressor, not advisor, person advising. Okay? وطالب طاعة وملك لا مؤدي حق, and you are, in a way, by this type of nasiha of yours, you are commanding and you want to be obeyed and you want to be sovereign and you want to control. You're not serving the truth or helping a person to correct. And you're not fulfilling the trust of the brotherhood. وليس هذا حكم العقل ولا حكم الصداقة. And this is, it does not make sense in the way of the reason, and this is also conflict with the rights of the friendship. لكن حكم الأمير مع رعيته. This type of nasiha is like dealing someone like a king with his subject, and the master with his servant and slave. This one is very important, which some people sometimes they are not aware of it. لا تكلف صديقك إلا مثل ما تبذل له من نفسك فإن طلبت أكثر فأنت ظالم. Do not have your friend to have him bear or ask him for things more than you are able to give to your friend. Sometimes people, they have a friend, they want, subhanAllah, ask from their friend to do things for them that they are not ready to do the same thing for them. For example, if they ask to help them, they want for them to do everything. Can you do this for me? Can you go this? I'm going to be busy. Go get me this. Do this for me. And the brother is so mashallah, love to serve and to be, a kind person. But here, to keep that respect, to keep that balance, to keep that justice into this relationship, in this friendship, do not ask from your brother what you are not given to him, or you are not able. Because if I'm going to ask you to do the same thing for him, you're going to feel like, oh, I cannot, I'm so busy, I cannot do this. Then do not ask him. If you put it in your mind, you said, I'm going to ask my friend to help me in these things. Before you ask, say, if he will ask it from me, am I able to do it? You're going to say, it's not that I don't want to do it, but I don't think I have the time, I cannot do this. I'm going to be, if he asks me for this thing, I might be kind of shy, I cannot do that. Then, better I don't ask him. قال لا تكلف صديقك إلا مثل ما تبذل له من نفسك فإن طلبت أكثر فأنت ظالم. If you ask from your friend more than you share with them, or more you were able to do with them, then you are a transgressor. ولا تكسب إلا على شرط الفقد ولا تتولى إلا على شرط العزلة وإلا فأنت مضر بنفسك. This is also important in the friendship. قال من أردت قضاء حاجته بعد أن سألك إياها أو أردت ابتداءه بقضائها فلا تعمل له إلا ما يريد هو لا ما تريد أنت. This is very important, and this is what keep the true friendship and keep, that purity into the relationship of the friendship. If you want to help a brother or sister, her sister, for providing for them or doing for them something that they really in need, it's either they ask you to help them, or you initiate, you just, hasten and you say, oh, can I help you in this? They said, okay, thank you, Jazakallah khair, please do. So when you go on to help, this is very important. Do not help them only the way they want, not the way you want. Because when you are in that position, do not impose your style, your way, your thinking, If you want to help them the one they want. So people sometimes they say, okay, I'm going to do it. He said, no, I know. Just stay on the side, I'm going to do it for you. He said, but you got to do it the way you want, the way you think is good. They don't think the same as you. So if you really respect your friend and you really want to be helping, so listen. Okay, I'm ready to help. How do you want to do that? Then you act, you help. قال فإن تعديت هذا كنت مسيئا لا محسنا. If you transgress, if you cross this line, you're going to be someone who hurting. You're not doing good. ومستحقا للوم, and worthy of being blamed, not of being, thanked. ومقتضيا للعداوة لا للصداقة, and you're doing is like digging in this relationship to get to be enemy, not to enhance and strengthen this friendship. So this is very important. People, generally they have in their relationship, they are on 7 categories. And in this relationship, قال فطائفة تمدح في الوجه وتذم في المغيب. A group that will praise you in your face, but they criticize you and backbite you in your back. وهذه صفة أهل النفاق من العيابين. This is the character of the hypocrites. وهذا خلق فاش في الناس غالب عليه. And said, unfortunately, this is what is widely spread among people, and this is a character that is like prevailing on them. Subhanallah. وطائفة تذم في المشهد والمغيب. There's people, that they, when they see people, they slander them, they, talk ill to them in their face and in their back. So this is usually who are this? This is people with power. This is people who have the power, leaders and tyrants. These people, they are like, and this is the character of the insolent people. This is people are who, subhanAllah, with insolence. Other group who has different character, they تمدح في الوجه والغيب. They praise a person in his face and in his back. But these people are people who want to get close to the people. They call them the flatters. They flatting. They want to just to be, with these people, to be admitted in their circle and so on. So they say, oh, that person is so good. Please tell him that I said that. These people, like, قال أهل الملق والطمع. People are craving. They have that, covetous. They want to be like, always following and be like, just to be, we want to be with you. That's the flatters, and that's very bad. وظائفة تذم في المشهد وتمدح في المغيب. There are some people, they will insult in the face of the person, but they praise them in their back. So these people are fools and imbeciles. These people, you cannot even trust them, So these people do not even be considered. They have issue with their, mental illness maybe. وَأَمَّا أَهْلُ الْفَضْلِ, the people of virtue. فَيُمْسِكُونَ عَنِ الْمَدْحِ وَالذَّمِّ فِي الْمُشَاهَدَةِ. They don't praise and they don't insult in the face of the person. وَيُثْنُونَ بِالْخَيْرِ فِي الْمَغِيبِ, and they praise in the back, and or they do not insult or do not backbite. And this is, subhanallah, the characteristic that may Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala bestow upon us. لكل شيء فائدة ولقد انتفعت بمحك أهل الجهل. Everything has a benefit, so don't think in your life whatever you go through, it's not beneficial. He said, indeed, by getting into confrontation or sometimes facing the people of ignorance, I had a very big manfa'a. So this is, he said here we've been reading in 153. Smaller? Like this is good? Everything has its use, that I have profited greatly from mixing with the ignorant. This has inspired my inward self. It has sparked off my spirit. It has sharpened my mind. Because sometimes when you talk about people who are ignorant, it's, subhanAllah, it's like you're talking to a rock. Then it helps you to really develop different tools of communication. How can I get to these people, So this is what Ibn Hazam rahimahullah ta'ala is saying. Mixing with the ignorant has inspired my inward self. And when you see them like that, it inspires you to learn more, to not fall into what they are in these people. It has sparked, it has sharpened my mind. It has driven me to action. When you see such a people, it's going to help you, inspire you to be more driven toward action. فكان ذلك سببا في التواليف لي, and then it has given me rise to written works of some value. If the ignorant had not roused something deep within myself, if they had not woken something that lay hatching in me, I would not have thrown myself into writing these works. So this is, subhanAllah, to see how from even bitter experience you can learn, you can be inspired. And this is the nature of the believer. And this is the nature of the believer, that taking advantage from every situation. Because always by calling ourselves accountable, by checking what we have done, what benefit we get, what thing that we should not do again. And this is how we can reap from every experience good things, as the Imam rahimahullah ta'ala. Types he talking about love. And the love, it's something that is very profound. And the love is what really drives us in this life. فيقول المحبة كلها جنس واحد. The kind of love is all of it. There is no, all the types of love, not the types of love, all the love that people they have, or the things that the people they love. The substance which is the love is the same. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, when you're talking about the hawa, al-hawa is in the Quran, in the some translation we're talking the whims and everything. But reality, what is the hawa? And I think we still have the ayah in the Quran of Surah Al-Nazi'at here. وَنَهَى النَّفْسَ عَنِ الْهَوَى. What is al-hawa? Here called vain desire. But al-hawa, it's really that ability within yourself. Al-hawa is air. Actually air. Literally in the linguistic meaning is the air. But al-hawa is that ability, subhanallah, to be attached to things. When it's attached to things, then your heart will be attached to. So the hawa is most, we can define it by the ability to love. Ability to love. And whatever we love, we become sort of slave to it. So that's why the hawa, this ability that we have inside us, if it goes for a desire, then the person becomes a slave to that desire. So the most important, the most great thing that you have in you is this ability to love, which is your hawa. So if you let your hawa loose, the hawa, it's like air. Whatever sees something or heard to something is going to attach to it. When you attach to it, the thing that attached to it then is going to dictate on you your next steps in life. And then your soul becomes a slave to it. Someone, for example, his hawa, thinking that what brings happiness is money. So the hawa, that hawa is going to be attached to the money, the ability to love. So the love will be directed toward the money. Then the whole soul, subhanAllah, be serving the money. The brain think of the money, the heart, love the money, and slave to the money. Who becomes the God is the hawa. That's why the worst of the gods to be worshipped other than Allah is al-hawa. Is to have this hawa ability that we call as whims, to be attached, to be worshipped. What it means to be worshipped? So our hawa is guiding us. Wherever it, kind of, subhanAllah, lands, we are slave to what the hawa lands on. We can see it here in Surah Al-Jathiyah. Allah, and also mentioned in the other ayah in Surah Al-Furqan. But in Surah Al-Jathiyah, is tell you exactly or more profoundly, actually, of course, what I have shared with you. Look, have you seen whom he takes his own hawa as ilah, God? His desire, God. They call it all, own vain desires. Him who took his desires. So the hawa is not really the desires. The hawa is that ability you have when is attached to the desire, then becomes like the law will make my hawa to be servant to the desire. Then I make my ilah, my God, is to be my hawa. So my hawa is directing wherever the hawa is into the vain desire, so I'm following the desire. That's why in Surah Al-Daziyat, قال he prohibited the hawa to be going low and attached to vain things and things that is going to lead you to your ruin, right? So here, the greatest honoring, look what happened actually, I want to share with you. His desire. Then Allah caused him to go astray despite knowledge, and sealed his hearing and his heart, and cast a veil over his sight. Who after Allah can direct him to the right way? So say Allah caused him, this is within the will of Allah. This is the system of the way of Allah. So Allah gave you the option. How can you honor yourself? If you put your hawa in the love of Allah. If you attach your hawa to the love of Allah and His Messenger, then the love of striving His sake, then you are the most honorable and happiest person in the world. Why? The vain desire, they cannot move you, they cannot destroy you, they cannot dictate on you anything. Because that ability, you put it into the hand, the one who is going to honor you, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Wadah. So there is only one love. This is what the author, there's only one kind of love, is this ability that we have, raw ability. How to honor it? You pour it into the guidance of the Lord of the world, subhanahu wa ta'ala, which is mean, pour it in the love of Allah, direct it to the love of Allah. That's why the Prophet said, Allahumma arzuqni hubbak, bestow upon me your love, Ya Allah. That's how, subhanallah, you honor yourself. Then everything, when you honor yourself, your hawa becomes slave, servant to who? To Allah. That's it. You are on the right path. So here, then this ability, whatever is used, is going to serve the thing used for. That's what he's saying here. قال فتكون this ability to love, then it turn into the love of the thing that someone make his hawa to be directed to. محبة الله عز وجل, the love of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. The love of the father, the love of the mother, the love of the children, the love of the relative, the love of the friend, the love of the sovereignty, of governing, the love of the one, the spouse, the love of the one who does good, the love of the one they hope, the love of the one they are fond of. All of it is one kind of love, because it emanates from that hawa. Okay. We can see, he said, that people, they died out of grieving, being in deep grief on the loss of their children. And some other, they died grieving the separation of those separated, or being, the breakup of people who, fond of. Ya'shiqun. The al-ashq is, it's like being a slave to the love of the heart for another person. The same thing, he said, وَبَلَغَنَا عَنْ مَنْ شَهِقَ مِنْ خَوْفِ اللَّهِ. And it has been narrated to us that some people, they died from the fear of Allah. There is Al-Fudayl ibn Iyad. Al-Fudayl ibn Iyad, he was one of the greatest Zahidi, and he was they call him Imam al-Haramain. When he starts to lead the prayer, he'll check if his son is in the musalla or not. Huh? Why? His son, subhanAllah, he's very vulnerable, and a person who listens to the Quran, he lives with the Quran. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is speaking to him. So when his son is in the musalla, he's going to avoid to recite any ayah about hellfire and punishment or nothing. So one day he said, Istawu, he looked, the son is not there. He said, let's read ayah like Surah Al-Haqqa or something. When he started to read, his son came late. He joined the prayer. During the prayer, he heard someone, a cry of a person in the back. Then when he finished, people gathering around the person. He said, what happened? They told him, your son passed away. So subhanAllah, you cannot avoid the qadr. But this is out of the love of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Amazing, yeah? فأدنى أطماع المحب من الحب الحظوة منه والرفعة لديه والزلفة عنده. So what is the craving, the longing for the one who has a love toward a thing or a person, or for us, the divine subhanahu wa ta'ala, is to get close to them, to be with them. And the ghayat, the most that they want to be always with them. That's why you see the believer, or you see the way of the Prophet ﷺ, in his qiyamul layl, in that position to be close to Allah. That's the translation of the meaning of the hubb of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So this is the hubb, as you see, it is, one thing, you have the keys of it. As long as you have the key of your hawa, by the striving, how can you control yourself and honor yourself and make that ability to love, to take it to the highest level of the honoring, when you pour it in the love of Allah. When you neglect it and you're not careful or caring, then whatever it goes is going to really be cause of worries, of anxiety, of pain, and so on. Whatever it goes. Other than Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. That's why Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala said in Surah At-Tawbah, He said, if you love what is asked from you to love, more than Allah and His Messenger, and striving in His sake, then tarabbasu, await that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, you can't getting to yourself to corruption at a point. He's saying here, one of the virtue that someone will be thinking about when in management of this ability to love, which is we have al-hawa, اقنع يقول اقنع بما عندك يقنع بك من عندك. Be, contented and happy with the one that you are with. They will be happy and contented with you. Because sometimes people in friendship or a relationship, and Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala bestowed them blessings, but always they thinking, they could have got better, It's like the person with them, it's okay, we agreed, this is the opportunity, the only suitor he was at the time. And alhamdulillah, So they're not really happy with the situation, they're not contented. But then if you are like that, know that the other party is the same. So you want to, create that environment of peace and of love and kindness with the person you are with, then be contented, be happy. Ask Allah to give you the qana'ah. Said, alhamdulillah, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala give me such a person, that he's honoring me so I can honor them and so on. It's very important. قال السعيد في المحبة هو من ابتلي بمن يقدر أن يلقي عليه قفلة. Who is the one who's going to be happy and living a joyful relationship. We're talking, of course, a relationship. This is only in the way of our deen, the halal one. It's either friendship or husband and wife, or like family and so on. So who is the true happy one in this relationship? Those who will be able to have, have that reciprocating the love, to be together, to find that time to talk to each other, to listen to each other, So that's the joyful or the happy relationship when it is based on the love. قال ولا تلحقه في مواصلته تبعة من الله. And by doing this relationship, there is nothing that contradicts and conflict with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala loves. So all together, you're doing what Allah pleases. You will not seek this relation or this seclusion or this thing by causing, conflicting and violating the way of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And all of that comes if they are reciprocating the love. That's, its foundation. وَتَحْرِيرُهُ how it can last if they will never get bored. Now this is what he's telling us. He said, but this is only possible if time will forget about you. If you are like a couple enjoying and everything, time will forget about you. It's like missed time to think about you. It's like you live on side of the time. The course of time is going, and this couple, they are like, outside the time. He said, this is only possible in paradise. But in this dunya, you need to be patient and you need to make dua for Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to gather you with the dear ones in the Jannah. Jealousy, it's a good character. Jealousy, the true jealousy, the healthy one, its base and foundation is courage and justice. Courage and justice. Because the one who is just, he will hate for someone to transgress them or to insult them, okay? Especially when it comes to something dear to them and something that is hurma, sacred to them. قال وأن يتعدى غيره إلى حرمته ومن كانت النجدة طبعة له حدثت فيه عزا. Whoever that that bravery is something innate, so they have that pride and the izzah, their might. And this is where it comes, someone will be like respected and feel like he will not kneel. Therefore, he will have that really healthy, jealous way, The other one, this is the najda and this is the adl. So the balance between the bravery and to be just, that's how the foundation of the true ghayra. However, he said, if this jealousy is taken away, the love will be taken away. So if people, they're not jealous on their dear ones, they don't love them. They don't care about them. And you can see it in the society, who jealousy is being taken away from their hearts. وَالْعِيَاذُ بِاللَّهِ. The level of love are 5. The first one is al-istihsan. Al-istihsan is for قال أن يتمثل الناظر صورة المنظور إليه حسنة, that the person, he likes the appearance of the other person, or he likes their moral, their character, they really appreciate it. So this is enter in the, let's say, in the realm of friendship. ثم الإعجاب, someone admiration. So the next level is admiration, is the person who was appreciating the appearance or the akhlaq of the other person. They truly want to be in relation, or they want to be close to them. And this is where it comes to do close, to know each other and come together, etc. All, of course, everything in the way of the halal. Okay. قال ثم الألفة is the third level, which is the close friendship. The close friendship is defined by the person, if they are absent or away, they really miss them. They feel like they miss them. So that's the third level. Then al-kalafu. Then the next level is the kalafu, which is the strong affection. The strong affection. هذا النوع يسمى قال باب الغزل بالعشق. This is where someone get to the slavery of love. Then الشغف. Then الشغف is the passion. The passion. And this, when a person will not be able to sleep, not be able to eat, not to be able to drink, except the little, and maybe he get sick, and maybe subhanallah someone وَالْعِيَاذُ بِاللَّهِ can even will die for the shaghaf. And that's the women in the time of the Aziz, they were like mocking, and backbiting the wife of Al-Aziz. They said قَدْ شَغَفَهَا حُبًّا. شَغَفَهَا حُبًّا. Yusuf alayhi salam, he had, and the shaghaf is the very thin membrane inside the heart. So the love of Yusuf hit the deep of her heart, shaghaf. So she cannot do anything. Whatever she turns, she sees Yusuf. That's why it was like more than insult and backbite and gossip than they being pious. طيب. We'll continue بإذن الله تعالى. Number 181, how people they deal with each other in regarding the morality and the akhlaq. We all, get to this one. So this one, قال flickness, which is a fall, consists of switching from one way of life, which is forced and senseless, to another way of life, which is equally forced and senseless. From one absurd state to an equally absurd state for no good reason. He called flickness, it's like someone changing colors. And this is very important because this is what the fashion make people to live. So people is either thinking of lifestyle or, whatever fashion is outside. So they do things, they wear things, they follow a trend. They don't know why they're doing it, but just to be appreciated because everybody else is doing it. And that's the worst thing, because they make themselves slave to something that does not have any senselessness. And then when people they change. So they change from absurd thing to another absurd thing. If people they do it because they appreciate the clothes, they like the colors, and they think that's fine. But to do it because I cannot wear the blue because it's not in fashion today. This year the blue it's out of fashion. So they doing things, subhanallah, being dictated, being slaves, and that we said force it, and especially also. This goes to all the type of lifestyle that people they want to embrace just to feel belonging to certain class or affiliated to certain groups, and that is very wrong. Here, look at the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, how he was, and this is beautiful. We read it together, inshallah. The Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, the model of all goodness, whose character was praised by Allah, in whom Allah gathered together the most diverse and perfect virtue, and whom he kept from sin. The Prophet was in the habit of visiting the sick, accompanied by his friends. They went to the boundaries of Medina on foot, wearing neither boots nor sandals. Yeah? a hat, no turban. He wore clothes woven from the hair of wild beasts when he had them, or he might equally like to be wearing embroidered clothes if he had it. So he was in the balance. I mean, you like to wear something nice, wear it, but does not mean that if you do not have it, then you're going to be sad and you'll be like depressed. And you know, if he does not have that sign of the brand name, then someone is going to be like, you're not going to go out today because I don't have things to show off with this. That is disease and sickness. And the Prophet ﷺ, he loves the nice things, but he was modest, as he said. He walked barefooted, he walked with sandals, he wear the turban, he does not wear the turban, he wears the embroidered clothes and all of that. So the thing here, sallallahu alayhi wasallam, he does not do anything, never wearing anything unnecessary and never forgetting anything necessary. This is important. Contented sallallahu alayhi wasallam with what he had and doing without whatever he did not have. This is important. Doing without whatever he did not have. Sometimes he would ride a fine mule, or he would ride a horse bareback, or a camel or a donkey with a friend riding behind him. Sometimes he ate dates with bread, sometimes dry bread, sometimes he ate roast lamb, fresh melon or halwa, taken as much as needed and sharing out the surplus, or leaving what he did not need and not forcing himself to take more than he needed. He was never angry when he found himself alone fighting for a cause, and he let nothing prevent him from anger when it was a question of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. That is the perfect balance. And may Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala help us to be on his footsteps, sallallahu alayhi wa sallam. الثبات الذي هو صحة العقد والثبات الذي هو اللجاج مشتبهان اشتباها لا يفرق بينهما إلا عارف بكيفية الأخلاق. This is important. You find people firm and, you know, kind of on their position. But there's a firm on a position that is good, and there's a firm on a position that is bad. One of them, it's like, you know, a man of his word. And the other one is someone he's like, you know, making a problem. So it's the same people, you see them like they talk with energy, they talk like with power, they want to make their point. The first one, with the one who is praised and one that we want to be like, is the one who doing it for the sake of the truth. He's defending the truth, he's standing for the truth, he's angry because of the truth. The other person, he's doing it because he wants his opinion to prevail. And this is the big difference. This is the big difference. So the first one is the one who's fair and just. The second one who wants his opinion to win, he's the one who's madhmuman, and that is one of the ill character. ما هو حد العقل؟ ما هو حد the definition of the mind, of the intellect, of reason? Reason is to use the ability of obedience and the virtues, to use the reason in obeying Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, to use the reason in gaining the virtue. That's what is someone rational. وهذا الحد ينطوي فيه اجتناب المعاصي والرذائل, including, which means someone need to be striving to not fall into sins or the violation of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And Allah told us in Surah Al-Mulk that the people who said into Surah Al-Mulk, قالوا لو كنا نسمع أو نعقل, if we had, you know, listened, or we have reason, would not have been from the people of hellfire. So reasoning, the true reason to be rational is to avoid to get to the hellfire. Because when someone, the people at the verge of the hellfire to be thrown, that he's going to be, I said, I wish I was a rational person. I was a person who think with reason. So the reason, that's the meaning of it. The reason is not, as we're going to see it with the new atheism, how they want to define the reason. أصول الفضائل كلها أربعة. What are the foundation of the virtue? All the virtue of all the good character are four. Four foundation. The foundation are four. Justice, understanding, courage, and generosity. Justice, understanding, courage, and generosity. And the foundation of the ill character are four. الجور al-jawru, so al-jawru, which is transgression, being unjust, wal-jahlu, ignorance, wal-jubnu, cowardness, wal-shahhu, greed. Those are the foundation of all the ill character. So if you want to have the good character, work on being just, work on understanding things through gaining the true knowledge, act and ask Allah to give you that courage to talk, to stand for what is right, and to not, lean or kneel for what is wrong. That's the true courage. Wal judu is to be a person generous, want to share, want to give your effort, want to love. And the jud, as we said, is foundation to like for the others what you like for yourself, and to hate for the other what you hate for yourself. I saw people in their words, in their statement, in their words, الذي هو فصل بينهم, which is like, when they talk to each other and everything, قال, they are between donkeys, dogs, and bugs. There are three categories. So why he's saying that? Just to have alert us how important such a thing. He said, مَنْ لَا يُبَالِ فِي مَا أَنْفَقَ كَلَامًا. Someone who does not care where he's going to, subhanallah, provide his speech, his words. And the words is like nafaqa. Nafaqa is like sadaqah. It's like you're giving sadaqah, charity. It's something you're going to share. So if you're going to share something, the whole world is going to hear it. The angel is going to hear it. Everything, subhanAllah. Whatever you say, it will hang in the space till the day of judgment. You cannot undo what you have said. So there's people, they speak, they yunfiquna, they give away, provide their words, في كلام قال they don't care. فيتكلم بكل ما يسبق إلى لسانه. They speak with anything that comes to their tongue. غير محقق نصر حق ولا إنكار باطل. They don't know if they are speaking to support and help and stand for the truth, or they are denying and rejecting falsehood. وهذا هو الأغلب في الناس. And this is unfortunately what is widespread among the most of the people. والثاني أن يتكلم ناصرا لما وقع في نفسه أنه حق. The second type of people is to speak defending what he has in himself, what he believes is true, and what he thinks that is false. غير محقق طلب الحقيقة ولكن لجاجا فيما التزم. Not seeking the truth, but he's not caring about the truth, because the truth is what he believes, and that is the case of the arrogant. And these people are many of them, but not as much as the first category. We need to be like the third category. واضع الكلام في موضع. That's the true justice, to put the words where they need to be said. لكل مقام مقال. For every state it has its own statement. وهذا أعز من الكبريت الأحمر. This is very rare, as the sulfur red that they say, they have this saying, but it's very rare, and this is the objective of the believer to fulfill. Two things. اثنان عظمت راحتهما. There's two people, kind of people, their peace, they have the greatest peace ever in their mind. أحدهما, one of them is highly praised, and one of them is highly low and insulted. The one who's highly praised, the one who turned away categorically to the dunya. He does not care about the dunya. He, subhanallah, have the highest peace of mind. He does not care about toys, he does not care about increasing wealth or decreasing. His heart, it does not have dunya at all, worldly life. The second one, who's really the worst, he's a bad person, he's very low, but he has peace, but the wrong peace. The one who does not have haya, the one who does not have the sense of shyness and modesty. Because these people, they get out, subhanallah, in any clothes, they don't feel anything. So this type of peace takes, والعياذ بالله, nowhere, والعياذ بالله. فأجرنا الله سبحانه وتعالى من ذلك. طيب. بإذن الله People who have the problem of the excessive self-esteem. These some advice to this type of people and to all of us, Because when people have these things that they are great, they have better than other people and happy with their virtue, with their akhlaq, you need to know that you have a lot of defects that you do not know about. And if the person denied that he have a defect, so that's the biggest calamity. If someone said, no, I don't have a defect, he said, you are truly enduring the biggest calamity in your life. Because negating that you have a defect, that is the greatest of the defect ever into one soul. And know that nobody can be safe of any shortcoming and any defect except the Messenger of Allah, alayhim as-salatu was-salam. So he's telling us, the one who is speaking about the defect of the people, that's not, it's very wrong. And the obligation is to not do such a thing. قال إلا في نصيحة, except if you are giving a sincere advice. Then someone should say to the person who have this إعجاب, معجب بنفسه, have like this, excessive self-esteem, excessive pride. He said, go back to yourself. فإذا ميزت عيوبها فقد داويت عجبك. Because if you check on your own shortcoming, you're going to heal yourself from this excessive pride. ولا تمثل بين نفسك وبين من هو أكثر عيوبا منها فتستهسل الرذائل. And do not compare yourself with the people who has a lot of shortcoming. Why? Because your shortcoming becomes easy for you. You don't even see them. وتكون مقلدا لأهل الشر. Then you're going to be imitating the people of evil. وقد ذم تقليد أهل الخير فكيف تقليد أهل الشر. Actually, it's been blamed for someone to imitate the people of doing good. So what do you think of someone imitating the people that do evil? Why? Because the Islam and the Prophet ﷺ in his teaching want you to have your own opinion of the haqq. So you attach to Allah. You don't blindly follow, because the person who follows, it might be good for him what he's doing, but it's not good for you. So if we are actually recommended to not follow blindly even for the people who are good, how can someone will follow blindly the people of the evil and of the wrong path, as you see today in our society? قال ولكن مثل بين نفسك وبين من هو أفضل. If you want to help yourself and honor yourself, look at the people who are better than you. فحينئذ يتلف عجبك. Then you're going to really kind of erase that excessiveness that you have into your own pride, and you become someone humble. Then he telling you, فإن أعجبت بعقلك. If the source of your excessive pride is your own mind, that you think that you're good thinking and so on, ففكر في كل فكرة سوء تمر بخاطرك. Remember how many bad thoughts that cross your mind, that it will be enough for you to reprimand you and to be humble. Okay? قال فإنك تعلم نقصا. You're gonna see that you have, shortcoming in your mind, because if you have bad thoughts that cross your mind, that it means that your mind is not that perfect, and you should not be very proud of this mind, that it might stop at any time. وإن أعجبت بآرائك فتفكر في سقطاتك واحفظها. And if you are excessively proud with your own opinion, then remember that you had a lot of bad opinion. Remember that you were sure of something and you said that is going to happen and this is going to be true and everything, and happen exactly the opposite. You should remember that to help heal yourself from this excessive pride. وإن أعجبت بعملك فتفكر في معاصيك. And if you are excessively proud of your good deeds, then remember your sins. And you remember your shortcoming, and you remember the way when you're going to meet Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, that you'll be seeking that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala accept your hasanat and erase and forgive your sins. Then it's going to help you to be modest. وإن أعجبت بعلمك فاعلم أنه لا خصلة لك فيه. And if you are excessively proud with your knowledge, so know that you do not have anything to do with that knowledge, because every bit of knowledge that you have is a gift to you from Allah. It's a gift to you from Allah. So why can you be pridey or excessive pride with something that is being given to you by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala? وقد أخبرني عبد الملك بن طريف وهو من أهل العلم والذكاء واعتدال الأحوال. One of the great scholars from Andalus, his name Abdul Malik ibn Tarif. He was one of scholar, he's a smart person, a thinker, someone with modesty, just in his character. He's a great scholar. قال لك أنه كان حظ من الحفظ العظيم. He has a very big memorization, so he has this ability to memorize amazingly. He told them, I read something, I don't need to repeat it, I already memorized. So he memorized a lot of ahadith and a lot of books, and he has, subhanallah, this ability that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala bestowed upon him. قال وأنه ركب البحر فمر به فيه هول شديد. One time he was traveling in the sea, and they went through a storm that, subhanallah, he felt like dying. So it was a very big calamity, and that calamity shocked him deeply, that affected his ability of memorization. It hit his mind, subhanallah. And he said he forget everything. And it has, subhanallah, took away that, and the sickness, this psychological shock that he had in this storm, traveling in the sea. قال أخل بحفظه. And he could not get back that, subhanallah, that ability of having sharp in thinking and so on. For subhanallah, he's telling him, the person who didn't sin and think, this is, subhanallah, destiny, it was an accident, that he lost all of that. For this is to help us understand what we have as knowledge is from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Look, there is many, one of the most famous, thinkers of the modern time, they end their life, subhanallah, like insane, crazy. One is the highest in the level of maths, all of it. And one in philosophy. Both of them, they lost their mind. Subhanallah. So if someone was like all what he has, his fame is in his mind, Allah took it. Why? Because they didn't make this mind to submit to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So it's his way to think about all of this, to help us ourselves be modest. Because sometimes you be like very highly excessively pride of things. You stop, say, why I'm that? I mean, it is a wrong thing. It's going to be a wrong thing. Why? Because when I'm excessively proud of things, I'm not going to pay its right, which is to be grateful to Allah. It's going to be an obstacle to enhance and improve my modesty. Then I'm going to lose a lot of things. So when I come back and think, say, this is from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Why should I have been excited all that is like I have it? Or, if I have a courage, there's a lot of people who have more courage than me, as we have explained last time. If you are like overly, pride of someone, carrying a heavy weight, as we said, why are you being, why are you, excited? I mean, the donkey can carry more weight than you. This is, subhanallah. قال وإن أعجبت بجاهك في دنياك فتفكر في مخالفيك وأندادك ونظرائك ولعلهم أخساء وضعفاء. If you are very excessively proud of your dunya, you have money and everything, so remember there is people, they have more money than you, and they are all low, they have a low character, they have ill character. People, you don't want to even talk to them. So they are richer than you. So why are you excessively proud with such a thing that people, with khasasa, with low nafs, they have it, and so on. If someone is excessively proud with his, beauty, with his appearance, I mean, remember what is going to be, قال ففكر فيما يولد عليك مما نستحي نحن من إثباته ونستحي أنت منه إذا ذهب عنه. What do you think when that thing is going to go away from you, especially when someone is going to be old and things? So as Malik ibn Dinar, when he was trying to help a jariyah, she was very, very, beautiful, and thinks that she is like the queen of the whole world of beauty, what they call it. So when he was talking to her, give her his admonition, he said, I mean, you look at yourself at the mirror this way, but you are like, your appearance is nothing. What remains is in the heart. She said, how so? قال, and he talking to her master, قال إذا لم تمشط شعثت وإذا كبرت هرمت وإذا لم تستك نتنت. If she doesn't brush her teeth, she's going to have a bad breath. If she cannot, kind of comb their hair, she becomes like disheveled. And when a person is going to be getting older, he starts to have wrinkles. So what's that? If you don't beautify the true heart, is going to be beautiful to the end of time, and not to the end, to the eternity. We'll go, inshaAllah ta'ala, to the when we're talking about the blind imitation, he said the imitator, he's kind of contented and pleased to really neglect and disgrace his capacity of thinking, his reason. يغبن. It's like someone making a transaction and not making a deal. He accepted to be cheated and he accepted to lose. That is the case of the one who blindly imitate. ولعله مع ذلك يستعظم أن يغبن في ماله فيعطي في الوجهين معا. And but these people, they will not accept such a thing to happen to them in their transaction when they deal with money. So subhanAllah, I said, for your money, you get angry and you want to protect it. You don't protect your reason and your mind and your soul. من جهل معرفة الفضائل. This is very important. If someone say, all these virtues that we are talking about, I don't know them all. We're talking about justice, bravery. We're talking about, understanding. We're talking about knowledge. We're talking about generosity. Be away from cowardness. Be away. Have the jealousy, the healthy one. He said, which one the healthy one? Which one is going to be helping? This one is going to give us the solution. He said, whoever does not know or does not have the knowledge of all this great virtue, then he has to rely on what Allah commanded us. And his Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, in his command and the teaching of the Prophet, you'll find all this great virtue. So do not try to reinvent, as they say, the wheels and reconstruct the building and things. Just follow what Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala and His Messenger told you. There's people, they seek for fame, and this is important, inshallah. قال من علق وهمه وفكره بأن يبعد اسمه في البلاد ويبقى ذكره على الدهور. Everyone who has, some people, they have a concern and they always think that their name is going to be heard everywhere, is going to, after they die, is going to be like remembered and everything. And you see like people who has that seed of arrogance and they are, have that love of tyranny inside themselves. They want to do like build things and monument. People, they say, oh, this one who built it, this is from the time of so and so. قال فليتفكر. This person who's seeking fame and thinking like he's doing great and honoring himself, he should think about himself. And he say, let him say, يا نفس أرأيت لو ذكرت بأفضل الذكر في جميع أخطار المعمورة أبد الأبد إلى انقضاء الدهور ثم لم يبلغني ذلك ولا عرفت به أكان لي في ذلك سرور أرغبت أصلا. He say to yourself, if you have this illness of seeking fame to be known everywhere. He said, okay, if your name it be remembered from here to eternity, from here to the end of time, and then and everywhere, in every region of the world, from east to west and north to south, and all this flattering, all these praises about you, all this remembrance about your name, if all of this does not even reach you, you don't know about it, it's going to make you joyful, it's going to make you happy. You're not going to know about it. You're dead already. So he said, أَكَانَ لِي فِي ذَلِكَ سُرُورٌ. Say to yourself, it's going to help me, it's going to cheer me up, it's going to give me joy. I'm not going to be known about it. So why I'm concerned and thinking I'm killing myself to pay money and give money for people to mention my name later? قال فلا بد من لا ولا سبيل إلى غيرها البتة فإذا صح ذلك وتيقن فليعلم يقينا أنه إذا مات فلا سبيل له إلى علم ذلك. So if he dies, he's not going to know anything of that. And even when people, they talk about a person good and everything, if they don't make dua for him or for her, the dua will go, but to talk good about the person is not going to help you with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. But Allah will consider and regard only the thing that you have done, not what people they said about you. The last chapter, في حضور مجالس العلم, and this is concerns all of us when someone will attend the circle of knowledge. So one of the things, when you come to the circle of knowledge, قال فلا يكن حضورك إلا حضور مستزيد علما وأجرا. Don't make your coming to the knowledge, to the circle of knowledge, only with the intention to be increased in knowledge and reward. And that's the طالب العلم. لا حضور مستغن بما عندك. Some people, they come to the circle of knowledge feeling already they know everything, just to come see and check what's going on. طالب عثرة تشيعها. He just coming to track if there is any mistake that the speaker going to say or anything happening, so he can share it. He say, oh, we were in that halaqa, that sheikh is saying this and this is wrong and should not have said that. أو غريبة تشنعها, or said something, you always mention hadith, I'm sure that is not sahih, so how can he dare do such a thing? فهذه أفعال الأراذل الذين لا يفلحون في العلم. So this is the action of the low people. They will never be successful in knowledge. So this is actually, the Prophet ﷺ called them al-mutanatti'un. So this is for all of us as a great advice. قال, if you go to the knowledge, then you have to be following this way that it is in the way of our Prophet ﷺ. قال, there are three. Is either أن تسكت سكوت الجهال فتحصل على أجر النية. Someone came, he wanted to be, subhanallah, sitting and just to be quiet like someone who does not know anything. Allah will going to reward you tremendously because you are in a circle of knowledge where His name is remembered, when His book is studied, and when His sunnah of His Prophet ﷺ is shared. And you will have, even someone who does not know anything. We have one of the students said, what if I don't understand anything? So here, if you don't understand, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala give you the barakah, and be patient. One day you're going to see yourself, inshallah, teaching better than what you ever heard before. قال, he will have the reward of the intention, في المشاهدة. وعلى الثناء عليك بقلة الفضول, and people, they appreciate and will be talking good about you because you were someone who's listening. You said, Wallah, this is a great student, mashallah. And by people of good people, they say such a thing, Allah will take it in consideration and give you barakah and give you blessing. وعلى كرم مجالسة, and because you are honored that attendees and honored this circle of knowledge. ومودة من تجالس, and you be kind and loving to the one who are sharing with you this gathering. And that is, subhanallah, where the barakah completed by the angels who are around us. فإن لم تفعل ذلك. So if you have done this, but if you have a person who are student of knowledge, فاسأل سؤال المتعلم. Ask the question of someone who want to learn. فتحصل على هذه الأربع المحاسن. So you're going to have all this great advantage and all this great benefit. And the fifth one will be you're going to be increased in knowledge and blessing. And this is one great thing that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala help us to be so in every gathering in which the knowledge of Allah and the knowledge of Sharia is taught. وَإِيَّاكَ وَسُؤَالِ الْمُعَنِّدِ. And be careful to not ask the question of someone who's like want to dispute and you try to review some of the things that had been shared with the way of arrogance. The one who want to show off that he's better in knowledge. فَهُمَا خُلَقَاسُ. These are traits of wickedness and not traits of good virtue. دليلان على قلة الدين. They are evidence and sign of someone who has a little of deen. So he does not have that righteousness and piety. That's actually a dalil and evidence on the absence of such a thing. وكثرة الفضول. كثرة الفضول, someone who has a lot of vain things that he's doing or she's doing in her life. You know, vain talk, vain action. They don't do any, lot of things that they do is not helping them into their journey to Allah or onto their task in their life. وضعف العقل, weak reasoning. وقوة السخف, I mean, kind of, being low and being, kind of, not say the word, but you understand. وحسبنا الله ونعم الوكيل. That's what he said. فضل قال فرض على الناس تعليم الخير. It is an obligation on people to teach the good and to act upon it. فمن جمع الأمرين فقد استوفى الفضيلة. If you do both of them, you teach the good and you act upon it, then you have done this two great trait of virtue. ومن علمه ولم يعمل به فقد أحسن في التعليم. Who knows the good and he didn't act upon it, at least he had something good, he know it, so he will be rewarded for knowing it. But he should have done it because one of his shortcomings, he didn't act about it. These people, they mix good deeds and bad deeds, and then inshallah, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala accept them, as he said in Surah At-Tawbah. The last thing, يقول Abu Muhammad, he's talking about himself, he is Ibn Hazam. قال فاعترض ها هنا إنسان. Someone, he said, how can you say such a thing, about, تعليم الخير and, act upon it, and if you do not act upon it, then it's okay. Not it's okay, he said, you are mixing, you should act upon it, but if you're not, at least you do know the good, He's saying here, قال الإمام الحسن البصري إذا نهى عن شيء لا يأتيه أصلا قال الحسن إذا نهى عن شيء لا يأتيه أصلا وإذا أمر بشيء كان شديد الأخذ به وهكذا تكون الحكمة. قال كان الحسن he used to when he prohibit things, he does not do it at all. And when he command things to be done, he will find him the first who does it. And this is the true wisdom. This is the true wisdom. As a matter of fact, people who are like servant, they came to Al-Imam Hassan al-Basri, asked him to give a khutbah on encouraging people to free slaves in his time. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala make the ways to have, dry out the sources of slavery in Islam, which has happened with the fadl of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So he said, I will. They wait the first week, the second week, the third week. After 2 months, Al-Imam Hassan, he's not talking about anything. So people, they want to talk to him to remind him. They said, no, don't talk Al-Imam. We already talked to him. After maybe 3 months, he make a khutbah. that everybody in the masjid who has like slaves, he give them, their freedom. You are free in the sake of Allah. You are free in the sake of Allah. So they were so happy. So they want to thank him. They said, but ya Imam, we have a question. Why you took all this time to do it? He said, because I didn't have money. I collected money. When I had the budget to buy a slave, I bought the slave, and then I freed him, then I made the khutbah. So this is the way of Imam Hassan, rahimahullah, and radiyallahu ta'ala anhu. Also, someone, for example, if he does sin, and he say, you should not ask people to not do it because you are a person who doing it. Which is mean, for example, someone he's heavy smoker, and he sees someone who said, no, smoking is bad, you should not smoke. He said, but look at yourself, you smoke. You're right? So he said, the person who said, I should not have done it because I'm doing that. This is example, just an example. Actually, Al-Imam Al-Hasan قال أنه سمع إنسان لا يجب أن ينهى عن شر إلا من لا يفعله. It's obligated for a person to only prohibit on doing evil only with the condition that he does not do the evil. فقال الحسن ود إبليس أنه ظفر منا بهذا. Iblis wished to get this from us. So nobody will forbid and prohibit evil. Which is mean like if someone has a weakness and you have sincerity in your heart and you see your brother doing it, say, please don't do it. Please don't do it. I might do things out of weakness, but it's haram. Please don't do it. If you don't do that, that Iblis what he wants. And he said, قال صدق الحسن. Al-Hasan, he said the truth. This is the end of the book. جعلنا الله ممن يوفق لفعل الخير والعمل به وممن يبصر رشد نفسه. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to make us from those who guide us to do the right and to act upon it, and to give us the illuminated insight to know the virtue of ourselves and to act upon it and to strive to get it. Everyone has defect. Everyone has shortcoming. If he will be getting busy of his own shortcoming, then he will be able to elevate himself and herself to high level, insha'Allah, of akhlaq. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to cause us to die on the sunnah of Muhammadin sallallahu alayhi wa sallam. Allahumma ameen, ameen, Rabbil alameen. This book of Al-Akhlaq wa Siyar have ended here, and alhamdulillahi Rabbil alameen. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to accept from us, and may Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to bestow upon us the gift, the benefit of what we have shared, and may Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to increase us in knowledge, to help us gain more piety and give us firmness on the path, and cause us to die in the state of Islam. Jazakumullah khairan wa barakallahu fikum. If you have any questions. The foundation, of virtue, it is the shaja'a and the justice, and both of them, they require one great, foundation, both of them, which is patience. This is for the sake of knowledge, and alhamdulillah, you are rewarded bi'idhnillahi ta'ala in what you doing, and may Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to reward us all. This is the last day, and we have the ijaza. Brother Ibrahim, he's printing them, inshallah ta'ala. You will be with us. I think there is some food, so this is to celebrate the knowledge. Just one thing, someone who had get to this classes, he joined the class. It seems that they made a mistake. They made a mistake by putting their ages under 13. So it's like they blocked the account. because they need the verification for the one who's teaching, so they're asking me to send like an ID. So please, whoever who had this thing, check back and correct your age. If you are 13, ask your parents to do it. Jazakallah khair. It's been, yeah. طيب, here the الدورة, fourth annual دورة. You see here a part of ongoing process to ensure the safety of student, school instructor who teaching. This one, I don't think any one of the 13 will be able to. خير إن شاء الله. Like a student under 13. طيب. I put this on the screen. We'll see if there's any questions. While, inshallah, checking the question, for the book that we're going to study, I'm requesting from you your attention, inshallah, your patience, and it's very important material, I believe, that all of you need to know. So, it is, kind of an essay, but we want, the intention is to really, is going to be an eye-opener for us, and at least to put ourselves on the path or a trajectory to know what's going on, and to then, when you know all of this, you're going to protect yourself and protect your dear one and to protect our brothers and sisters. طيب. I don't know the question that. I learned crash course, but me personally, I would enjoy following where you are reading from. طيب, نحن we finished because the numbers that I have in the book, in the original book, they are not the same numbers. So when I was reviewing it, some of them I put the number. But the rest, they didn't have, they have totally different number, and they have totally different classification. Inshallah, Allah helped us to communicate to you in the best we can, inshallah, what we have read. Are all bad manners a form of sin? They can be. If not, they are a form of bad character or of harsh character. The Prophet ﷺ taught us the action and the etiquette with which the action is performed. If, for example, this is a very example that we'll give always, which is very, kind of give us the explanation or the clarification of this point. The sunnah of the Prophet ﷺ is to knock the door 3 times. I mean, that's the adab al-isti'dhan. If after 3 times nobody answers the door, you leave. Now the question is, if you take a hammer, you said, maybe nobody can hear me, and I'm going to do 3 times. And you hit the door with the hammer, 1, 2, 3. If that's the sunnah of the Prophet, if that's good, it's wrong. This is not a sin, but it's like bad character. There's a disrespect, not caring, and so on. So the Prophet ﷺ, when he did it, he knocked the door, subhanAllah, almost with his nails, in a very light way. So that's the way. It might not be a sin, but it's not that khuluq that is of the believer. It becomes like harshness. Someone, for example, prohibiting evil with harshness, and it's not lead. It's going to be like, as we said, it's going to insult the person. You're not advising the person, so you are causing hurting, which might lead to sin, and you are not helping, actually misleading this person and pushing him to the way of the shaitan. But I can't withdraw. I joined the class on Schoology to check out the book, but I can't withdraw from it online since I'm not a full attendee. No, it's open for everyone. I think there is a button that you can. It's open for it. There is no restriction on the books. You can download them, inshallah. And if you cannot, we can send you the link, inshallah. This question is 2 parts. More and more skin is being exposed in this time and age. Almost everywhere we go, schools, market, work, recreation, there are much shamelessness. If one falls out of weakness and starts to gaze at the opposite gender, will that be considered his, her, ilahuhu hawa? No, not at this point. No. Ilahuhu hawa, which is the hawa, is dictate the person. Asking this question, which is aware of, issue with the gaze, and Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala having mercy on us. قَالَ قُلْ لِلْمُؤْمِنِينَ يَغُضُّوا مِنْ أَبْصَارِهِمْ. Ask the believer, say to the believer, to lower part of the gaze, min absarim, because if Allah asks us to lower all our gaze, then we'll be like, in issue. So Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala knows. However, we know the impact of the gaze. The impact of the gaze is going to be really distract a person, take away from his khushu', take away from his focus, and so on. So if you remember, the Prophet ﷺ, a beautiful hadith, helping every one of us how we can lower our gaze. There is a result. So someone, when he's, for example, looks type, he's not gonna get anything. He's like not gonna get anything, except to have the eyes to look, and then what? Nothing. Okay. Then when he thinks, the Prophet ﷺ, he said, if you lower, he said that is the Prophet ﷺ is an arrow of the shaitan. So the shaitan is like making an arrow to get into your heart and to put a dark spot in it, and that dark spot is going to take time to cleanse it back. But the Prophet's telling us, he said, and remember, if you lower your gaze, this is the meaning of the hadith. If you lower your gaze, you're going to find its impact by an increase of khushu' in your salah. So once someone, subhanallah, his eyes is like going to be fixed, and he remember, I'm going to have a gift from Allah. I'm going to have more khushu'. Is the Prophet telling you? It's guaranteed. So it's going to, Allah, it's like there is great incentive. The person who's going to look is not going to get anything. It's like what they say here is like the candy of the eye. Okay, you get the candy, but and then, subhanAllah, you didn't get any, actually you're ruining your heart. So if you think that shaitan, that desire, that weakness pushing you to look, and you think of the increase, the incentive that you have, a gift from Allah already happening, waiting for you. How are you going to get it? By lowering your gaze. And then when you lower your gaze, subhanallah, the shaitan, he will not gonna follow you, said, go look. No, the shaitan, he going to try to get you into something else, because the shaitan, he is strict. It's not for you to make a particular sin, to commit a particular sin. The shaitan wants you to commit any sin. Any sin. He wants you to cause that dark spot in your heart. It's either with gaze, it's either with backbite, it's either with gossip. So as soon as you pass and you believe in this great reward that you're going to get, subhanAllah, is like the thing didn't happen. For this is one of great incentive from our dear Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Okay, this question is two parts. Would it better for us to give up expectation to get words of thanks, of appreciation from those whom we help? Sometimes we help people who don't show any appreciation. Should we ignore their ungrateful attitude or advise them to show appreciation when someone helps them? Ibn Hazam said, inshallah, if we have another time, we can make this book a whole halaqa bi'idhnillah, because it has everything that we have studied. Maybe we should to review it and go through it again and analyze it and put the ayat and the hadith, then we're going to be soaked more. So Ibn Hazm, he said, when you do the action, do it for the sake of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. More than that, not you're going to expect to be thanked. Expect that the first one who's going to talk ill about you is the one that you did good for him. Therefore, by preparing yourself, because it happened a lot of time, by preparing such a thing, you are cleansing your heart. You are preparing. You're only doing it for Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, the first message that He sent to the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, He was telling him to not do such a thing, to not expect the thanks from the other person who does not thank, because it really sometimes hurts or often hurts. But it depends. Are you doing this for the sake of Allah? If for the sake of that person only, maybe the person does not deserve. Maybe the person, قَالَ إِذَا أَكْرَمْتَ اللَّئِيمَ تَمَرَّدَ. The one who's like someone who's low with character, when you're going to honor them, they're going to rebel against you. So these people, they should not be, helped. But when you're doing it for the sake of Allah. So do not think of anything. If they thank, say Alhamdulillah. If they do not thank, it's their issue. However, if they continue to do like such a thing, and you're going to advise them not because you're hurt that they didn't thank you, but you're going to advise them because what they did is wrong, then you have to advise them. So Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala telling us in Surah Al-Muddathir, which is the third surah that is being revealed to the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. He said, Ya ayyuha al-muddathir, rise and deliver, and وَرَبَّكَ فَكَبِّرْ, and Lord magnify, وَثِيَابَكَ فَطَهَّرْ, purify your garment, وَالرُّزَّ فَهْجُرْ, وَلَا تَمْنُنْ تَسْتَكْثِرْ. No expect in giving any increase for yourself. So when we give, what we expect is that thanks. That thanks is going to be incentive to do more. Our incentive is our sincerity, is our relation with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. If someone thanks, alhamdulillah, it's good, it's feel good. If it didn't, and it hurt, we're going to say, it's good because we did it for Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, right? So let's be with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Maybe that's my expectation is actually lack of my sincerity in doing this action to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. If you think like that, we can, inshallah, train ourselves, elevate our expectation to be with Allah more than from the people. And if this person is really, he's like, need advice, then the advice is going to be for them, not because we are hurt. Wallahu ta'ala a'lam. طيب. Just to go through the book, and then inshallah we'll make the adhan and the salah. To know what we're going to be studying. So this is a summary of the books, the introduction to the understanding the new atheism by Sheikh Abdullah Al-Ajiri, and treatise on atheism, reason and faith by Abdullah ibn Sa'id al-Shahri. So the introduction, to understand why is a new atheism actually, that's one question. Why we're talking about new atheism? You have this document, and I put a lot of links who's really gonna be an eye-opener for us. The new atheism development feature and characteristic, that's we're going to see that bi'idhnillah. So one of their da'wah is truly, it's a big da'wah, their aggressive campaign in calling to atheism. One of the things which is the very shocking, it is this person who was one of the really partisan and foremost and one of the biggest da'iyah to this new atheism, he has this journey to the atheism sparked by 9/11. It's very important. So this is part of our life. This is part of what we live in everyday life. Since the God debate started to have a vast popularity in the media, we're going to see some of the publication, you're going to be very shocked, how even some of the publication are mainly targeted to Muslim audience. And one of the big things that they look always at Islam as a branch of Judaism and Christianity. So it's like, neglected and thrown and wrong like, both other faiths. Even we're gonna go through some lyrics of music, to see how important this part, inshallah. The hostile speech of the new atheism, there's things like you'll see, it's really shocking. Then what you see people when they talk about Muslim and criticize Muslim and they want to bomb all the Muslims, you understand why these people they talk, because they don't know about Islam, but they listen to these people, and these people are making a very big effort into making their da'wah. And truly they call it da'wah. We call it da'wah in Arabic, but they call with all their effort and money, publication. And you're going to see, I'm going to tell you some movies, some shows, all of them, they're working in this one. This part is very important. It requires some reflection and concentration and patience, inshallah. History and reality. Why there's a new atheism? Why it's widely spread? So to understand, historical, philosophical foundation, we're gonna make it very easy, okay? We're not gonna be, you might see like terms are kind of, it require, term that require definition, but we want to say it in a very easy way. Idealism of human progress, what it means is very easy, inshallah. Then this is from the book of Huston Smith, who accepted Islam. He died, rahimahullah ta'ala. According to last I know he's that accepted Islam. He has this, he has a very known book, the book of the religion of the world or something like that, the world religion. But this book is very important book that he wrote in about the forgotten truth. The biological evolution, primal tributary, nourishing the modern consciousness, this is a very important point to see how the Darwinism is in our face all the time, you know. It's something that important to know, which is actually does not have any scientific evidence on what they are claiming. The psychological factor, that is the most important part that is really, affecting everyone, in today's world. This is, a map of consciousness, and amazingly done by an author. I will share his thing, but this is, I copy it to show you how what we are living deformed and changed the consciousness of people. And they really become atheists because their conscience is kind of dictating this path on them. It's very shocking, but it's very eye-opener. Conclusion. So inshallah, you will have all the reference bi'idhnillah, and may Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to give us the ability and the tawfiq to share with you this very, very important topic that all of us we need to know. I know it's very rare in our masajid, in our community, to talk about this subject, but I believe it's vital for all of us. It is a beginning, but we want, inshallah, in future to have more and more study about that from an Islamic perspective, to help us gain more firmness in our heart, more pride of our deen, and more strengthening more our identity. Because without knowing such a thing, many of us, they're going to lose their identity, inshallah. After the salat, we'll start this one bi'idhnillahi ta'ala. وجزاكم الله خير. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والصلاة والسلام على رسول الله وعلى آله وصحبه ومن والاه أما بعد. Treatise on the new atheism. First, let's talk about, as we have said, the traditional view toward atheism. Everybody sees the atheism as something irregular, as we have said here, a peculiar and irregular exception in the human beliefs. So even when we talk, the early scholars, when they're talking about something, some people thinks that God does not exist, it does not even make sense. So people, even when they have worshipped false gods, but to negate the existence of God, it was something that nobody has even talked about. So the first aspect is like everyone thinks that nothing have to do. So it is an exception, a peculiar thing, an exception that it does not make even a sense for someone to think that there is no high being who have created. Negating such a thing, it's really very rare. And if it's either, something people that they proclaim it, but they don't truly believe it inside. As الإمام ابن تيمية رحمه الله تعالى قال بل الناس متفقون على إثبات وجود واجب. Everyone with common sense, they are all agreed that there is, واجب الوجوب, the one who make everything to be the necessary for the thing to exist. So anything that it has a cause that it led them to existence. So the first cause of all existence, we'll call it wajib al-wujud, is the one who created, and everyone gave a concept, a definition to the creator, and Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala honored the humankind to send his revelation to have people know who is their creator. So he said, قال إلا ما يحكى عن بعض الناس قال إن هذا العالم حدث بنفسه, except what is being said about some people when they say this whole world was created or happened on its own self by coincidence and so on. قال إن هذا لم تقله طائفة معروفة. None of the regarded or people who can be regarded in their knowledge, they have said such a thing, which is mean according into the circle of scholars. Even in the time before, they only regard things that it has evidence. But someone to say it, and to believe it without any evidence, nobody look at them. So this is, as we said, it was an exception. The second aspect, which is, when we talk about atheism, it is always associated and related with communism. So the condition, it is a condition associated to communism. So the state associated to communism. And the communism, which is the theory promoted and put its foundation by Karl Marx, and then the spirit of this theory has been implemented as the spirit and the ideology that the Bolshevik they followed, and they did the Bolshevik revolution, which led to the Russia, united USSR, and that was under the sovereignty of the socialism, and the socialism, which is its ideology, is communism. And one of this aspect of this ideology is to not believe in God. So with the fall of communism and the whole system dismantled, so nobody is talking about atheism in the way of ideological way, as being the source of it is the Karl Marx theory or philosophy. That's all what is people they talk about communism. But then what happened, people they start to talk about it, and there's publication, as I have said here, publication of eccentric odd books marking the new atheism. The like of book is named The Impossibility of God, Losing Faith in Faith from Preacher to Atheist, So, things like that is good to show you. I don't know if it's going to work. Here you can see losing faith in faith from preacher to atheist. Tells Don Bark a dramatic story of conversion from fundamentalist minister to atheist. After 19 years of preaching the gospel, present arguments for atheism and godless morality. So these books are like, recently in the years of 2000 that has been published. This book, The Impossibility of God, the same. Okay, so it works. Here you can see. So these books, they really work hard in selling their ideas. The book was really one of the bestsellers for a long time in US and in England. He's named The God Delusion. The God Delusion by Dawkins, Richard Dawkins. So this is one of the people who know him. As he said, you can see a 2006 book by British evolutionary biologist, ethologist Richard Dawkins, a professional fellow at New College, Oxford, and so on. So in the God Delusion, Dawkins contends that a supernatural creator God almost certainly does not exist, and that belief in a personal God qualifies as a delusion. So this is the theory of this person, and this one, he's from those who really do this biggest da'wah. They have even foundation in making their da'wah. So this is the ideas, So you have publication, you have people very dedicated in fighting the concept of the existence of God. The question why? Okay? So this is what we want to understand, because people, they thought that atheism is God, because it does not make sense, it's peculiar, it's odd, it's an exception. There's no someone think that truly this world existed without God. But as you're seeing, these things as new. I mean, we're talking about 2000, this is very new for us, We're not talking about 1800 and 1700, this is new. So when we think from the farthest people to God, to the existence of God, to the closest people who believe in God, there's this 3 different positions or 4 positions. There's the atheism. The atheism is the fact to not believe. This is the complete, belief that God does not exist. After the atheism, there's what we call the agnosticism. The agnosticism, a person, does not, الذي لا يؤمن صاحبه, does not believe in the existence of God, but in the same time, he cannot deny the non-existence of God. He said, I don't have any evidence to show me that he exists, so I'm not truly believing in his existence, but as well I don't have any evidence that proves to me that does not exist. So these people it's kind of in limbo. They don't believe in anything. The third people, that are the deism. They call them deism. What is deism? It's very important to know these terms. Deism is those who believe in the existence of God. But either they believe that this God does not have any relation with this world, like ancient philosopher of the Greek. And from those thinkers of enlightenment, the deism is a God that will need to fit our reason. Like, for example, Spinoza, he's a deism, and he's been, expelled from his, temple or synagogue. He was Jew, because he made like a new religion, deism, but a God the way we conceive to be God. So it's our reason, our intellect who define who is God. That's deism. So once people tell you, oh, this philosopher, he believes in God, he He said, whose God they believe in? God, they define themselves, okay? Then you have the theism. Theism is the one who believe in God, the one we know. So the people who believe in a God is either Christian or Jew, and the Muslim who have, we have our message, alhamdulillah. So these are the different categories. So most of the people now, as you see, are in the three first categories. Okay? So the whole secular world, if they believe in God, they believe in this third one. So the theism, to believe in a religion, they call it organized religion, is people like, the common people, they call them. So not the people with reason, the people to trust, the people who intellectual are not from the theism or are all, so they're not people who believe. So the concept of the new atheism was introduced by someone who's named Jerry Dewitt in an article entitled The Church of Non-Believers. The church. So this one, he was a priest, a pastor who teach and everything. So here I can show you this one. Hopefully it's going to be the right. Yes, let me get to the other connection because this one is slow. Just to have an idea how the shaitan is working and have his strategy and have all these soldiers that they are working, but we want to understand how things get to here. So when you understand that, then you provide yourself with all the tools to protect ourselves, to protect our identity, to share such a thing, to protect our, young generation and adult from falling into such a thing. Here, so. Okay, they said, oops. طيب, no problem. Alhamdulillah. Allah didn't want to have this guy to be on our screen. طيب, what are the characteristics? There's this characteristic of the new atheism. They have development, feature, and characteristic. So they have a characteristic which let you know this is a religion. This is a religion, yet they don't want to be called a religion, but in reality they are doing every religion, what every religion is doing, but they told you, no, we are not a religion. Type. So the first aspect, the first characteristic of this campaign, of this movement, the aggressive campaign in calling to atheism. They are very aggressive. They are very aggressive. They have such eagerness that we, when you see some Muslim, how they behave and how they think about Islam and think these people, how they work, he said, La hawla wa la quwwata illa billah. September 11, the beginning, it was because this person, like Richard Dawkins, the Sam Harris, he has he said he has a YouTube that you can watch it, and his name Sam Harris, Journey to Atheism, Sparked by 9/11. So he literally he's saying the religion is causing all these problems. There is no single religion, but is causing violence. We saw it in history with the Christianity, we saw it in history with Judaism, now with Islam, all this violence. So what's causing the problem to humankind is religion. Getting rid of the religion, we find our peace. Getting rid of the religion, we find the progress that every human being want to have. So these people are calling for something that would really relate to other people. People, they want to have progress. They want to have peace. What is the obstacle of peace is this religion. So this person who, he had this book, The End of Faith. The End of Faith. Literally his book, The End of Faith. Sam Harris. Terror and the Future of Reason. Religion, terror, and the future of reason. He said concerning, Sam Harris, concerning organized religion, the clash between religious faith and rational thought, and the problem of intolerance that correlates with the religious fundamentalism. So I said, the future is for what? For reason, because the faith, it's really contradict with reason, and they have the problem of intolerance, which are causing all our problem. Harris began writing the book during that he described it as a period of collective grief and stupefaction following the September 11, 2001 attack. The book comprised a general critique of all religious belief. All religious belief. So this one who's really one of the biggest protagonists of calling to the new atheism. So that's why we understand now the new atheism is started by let's get rid of all the religion because we believe their intolerance causing us all these problems. So it turned into dawah, it turned into someone people are very committed, believe in what they're doing to get rid of all their religion. How to do it? They are doing exactly as the LGBT movement are doing. Even now, people, atheists, they said he came out of the closet. Like a big professor, he said, look, he came out of the closet. They're using the same tactic. So since this book, and since this person talking about new atheism, who had, you can see, these names are mentioned here in CNN. You find this book in Wikipedia, which is me like these things are very well known. We don't know about it because we don't, alhamdulillah, we are our own path. But it is a necessity for us to know it. Since the God debate started to have a vast popularity in the media, publication, the first one, as I said, the God delusion. Look what he says. Look how people are so, aggressive, and they are like people who really hate the deen. He said, Dawkins boldly declares his goal. This is what he said in his book 2006. If this book works, I intended, religious readers who open it will be atheists when they put it down. So this is big down. These people, they have conviction, they convinced, if you read this book, he's telling you, if you read this book, you are a believer. When you put it down, you become atheist. The God delusion he's saying about, his book is smart, compassionate, and true, like ice, like fire, which is real. If this book does not chant the word, we are all screwed. Look how arrogant these people are. Translators, this is also aims to bring Richard Dawkins' books on atheism and evolution to a Muslim audience. In the introduction of his 2006 book, The God Delusion, author Richard Dawkins boldly declares his goal. If this book works as intended, we have read it. So if we go to this here, this is the guy, The God Delusion. So he said, the stirring toward atheism in some Islamic country with a program to make free downloads of this book available in Arabic, Urdu, Farsi, and Indonesian. And this actually is posted in New York Post. And the New York Post, that is named in New York Journal. So this is, you see it, if you just type this, you can find the book in the language of these people. Now, look what he says about Islam. Look what he says about Islam, this person. Declare that Islam is the greatest force for evil in the world today. See atheism versus them. The new atheist Richard, they call it the new atheist, you see. So it's not as we call new atheism. They call it, this is the new atheism. Sam Harris, the one that we mentioned, and the late Christopher Hitchens have received multiple accusations of engaging in Islamophobic behavior. On the other hand, defenders of atheist criticism of Islam Muslim indicated that new atheists should be able to criticize Islam without being accused of Islamophobia, because that is the nature of Islam. Okay? Other book, Breaking the Spell, you have this document, inshallah ta'ala. God is not great. La'anahumullah. God is not great. As you can see, a lot of things, you say the case against religion, and in the United States, by 12, as God is not great, how religion poisons everything. How religion poisons everything. We are, alhamdulillah, in the house of Allah. We are reading this with heart attached to Allah. But I want you to think how many millions of people, they read this. They don't know anything about Allah. They don't know anything about religion. So when you see hated speech and all of that, this is coming from this publication, from this dawah that we are talking about, okay? The book End of Faith, read summary. You can read the summary here about this book of End of Faith. Atheism, look, atheism for dummies. Huh? You see? Atheism for dummies. We don't want to get here. So, that's what I said, is a complete dawah. Publication for intellectual, publication for people, you know, seeking like to be independent, to read like light reading. Publication even for people, for dummies. Look, atheism for dummies. Just, you know, to open our eyes. Media, movies, documentary, the like movie, The Sunset Limited, Agora, Paul, Planet of the Apes, The Invention of Lies, Family Guys, Big Bang Theory. How many people they love to watch that Big Bang Theory. So this is one of those who truly work and promote for this one. The Greatest Show on Earth, The Evidence, this is documentary. The Magic of Reality, An Appetite for Wonder, Letter to a Christian Nation, The Moral Landscape, How Science Can Determine Human Values. So they have actually, you know, kind of thesis that tell you we don't need religion to teach us moral. Actually, science can help us, you know, gain human value. The Portable Atheist, so it's like, you know, small books, essential reading for the non-believer. They have even books for children. They have books for children who make it easy for them to be atheist. Say this, for example, these songs. The author mentioned the song of John Lennon, Imagine. Read this as part of his. Imagine there is no heaven. It is easy if you try. No hell below us, above us, only sky. Imagine all the people living for today and they live in peace. So if there is no religion, if there is no hell, if there is no day of judgment, everybody will be living in peace. Someone who only heard her name, you know, when I was doing the study, أعاذنا الله وإياكم from these people, her name is Holy Near. So this is the lyrics of her song, I Ain't Afraid. I ain't afraid of you, Yahweh. I ain't afraid of you, Allah. I ain't afraid of you, Jesus. I'm afraid of what you do in the name of your God. I ain't afraid of your churches, of your temple, of your praying. I'm afraid of what you do in the name of your God. This is very really studied and very structured, and it has, you know, very well, you know, kind directed and planned. Organization, you're gonna be, this organization, one of the biggest organizations known in the world is this organization is named Atheist Alliance International. And you can see in the first page, Mubarak Bala, illegally imprisoned in Nigeria. You know, who we are, a global federation of atheist groups and individuals committed to educating its members and the public about atheism and critical thinking. So it's the critical thinking is them, not you, right? So the critical thinking, the intellect, the reason, the rationalism, it's these people. And to supporting atheists around the world who are discriminated against and criminalized. AAI was granted UN special consultative status in 2013. And if you navigate this website, you only see Muslims. There's nobody else. You know, you only see Muslims. Now, one funny thing that really, you know, for me it was really Atheist Support Network. You're gonna see this is crazy. If people they want to support, you're gonna support based how you hate religion, okay? So he then one who does not believe, one payment $5,000. Antichrist, $10,000. Apostate, $2,500. Skeptic, $1,500. So, like monthly, if you are Antichrist, $100. Apostate, to welcome you because you left your deen, $10 is good. Skeptic, is still $5. So, junior member, one payment of $15 for 4 years. This is, subhanAllah, it's really not only eye-opener, but you see how people are working toward the plan of Iblis, la'anahullah. So what is the main objective here? Is to normalize atheism among the public opinion, to become something very normal. When you say atheist, oh, okay, good, how are you, good, they don't say, of course, alhamdulillah. So I can read some for you. That's things how they want to introduce themselves. This one in the book, he said, my dream is that this book may help people to come out. I told you the way how they do for the LGBT movement. Exactly as is in the case of the gay movement. The more people come out, the easier it will be for others to join them. There may be a critical mass for the initiation of a chain reaction. This is in the book of God Delusion. The other second characteristic or feature into their da'wah is the hostile speech of the new atheism. One of the characteristics of the new atheism is the hostile position toward the religion and to the principle of belief in general. In some circles, this movement is called militant atheist. Also is called in-your-face atheist. Following are some statements which describe such hostility. How religion poisons everything, a title of a chapter in the book, God is Not Great. Some of other, I can read them for you here, He's saying this person, also in the same book, as I write these words, and as you read them, people of faith are in their different ways planning your and my destruction and the destruction of all the hard-down human attainment that I have touched upon. Religion poisons everything. So you see, they say it in a way not to have people using the fear factor, the fact to really kind of stir that hatred and toward everything that is a religion. This person say, however, for every one of these grand tragedy, there are 10,000 acts of personal kindness and social good that go unreported. Religion, like all social institutions of such historical depth and cultural impact, cannot be reduced to an ambiguous good or evil. So actually this one is defending or rebuttal against the God delusion. This one saying it really would like to see religion go away altogether. This is an interview. The other one, he said, if I could wave a magic wand and get rid of either rape or religion, I would not hesitate to get rid of religion. Look, you can imagine, if I have only one choice that I will be able to eradicate it, rape or religion, I will take the religion out. It is time, look, even they intimidate, and there is a documentary about intelligent design expelled, how this atheist, they make anybody who talk about the existence of God, they really roast him, get him out, they cause in a way to ruin his career. And for them, whoever talk in the favor of the existence of God, all of them, they criticize the circle of scientists. Like here, it's time that scientists and other public intellectuals observe that the contest between faith and reason is zero-sum. There is no question but that nominally religious scientists like Francis Collin and Kenneth, these people, they were talking in favor of the existence of God. Miller are doing lasting harm to our discourse by the accommodation they have made to religious irrationality, and so on. So it can go on and on, but just to give you an idea about, how hostile these people. It is merely an accident of history that it is considered normal in our society to believe that the creator of the universe can hear your thoughts, while it is demonstrative of mental illness to believe that he is communicating with you by having the rain tap in Morse code on your bedroom window. So this is, subhanAllah, you see, like beyond the kufr. So the one who believes that God can hear his thoughts, or hear his dua, is a sort of mental illness. So this is to just mention some. Then you have using the tool of terrorism in fighting religion, in particular Islam. So this is as the September 11. This is for them is the evidence, the violence, what they call fundamentalism, the intolerance. So these are the things which make the religion to be the big threat for the whole world. On the other hand, they have the luring image to the new atheism. So the way how they present it is only for the people intellectual. It is something that it need to be, adhered to. It is the path of the progress. It is the way how to have the freedom of people. It is the only way to have fulfill or achieve the unity of the humankind only through atheism. They have shirts, and they make it. And actually, the author of this book, Jazakallah khair, he said, I was in a convention, and I said, when I stopped by their table, I was shocked because it's really appealing what they have. A sort of publication for young, and they were very nice. They used the kindness, they used all the tools of leniency. They talk to their people nice. So what, subhanallah, when you see our Prophet ﷺ teaching us how to make da'wah with wisdom, with leniency, with the giving glad tidings, they using the same thing. Yeah. They are like the kindest people. As you see exactly the movement of the LGBT, how they normalize themselves into the society. They want to do so for the atheism. To take the advantage of time, the luring image of the new atheism, and then the fifth point, is the exaggeration in the role conferred to science. So they are the people of science, so the science is on their side. The science is the source of knowledge, the source that gives you the news about the universe. None of the things that besides science will help you in your life, because it's something that does not exist, it's something that comes like from the unseen. Therefore, how can you trust such a thing? So they make the science, their tool and their evidence of their path. And they exaggerate it to make the science the only source of the truth. And without getting into comment on that how false such a statement. So these are the features, these are the characteristics of the new atheism. History and reality, and I need your, inshallah, your attention here, because this is the most important part. The new atheism, it didn't start today. So it has something that is really rooted in history. You know, we need to understand something. One of the, field that make thinker to really analyze, to think, it is the history and the movement of history. How the history is moving. Are the humankind controlling the event in history, or the humankind are under, kind of submitted or surrendering to a higher force that is controlling the history? So this is very important point. This is very important point. So here, the main feature characterizing the new atheism is confidence. But before that, people, they always think of salvation. So the salvation has been shifting from being from the heaven to look for salvation in the earth. So this is a very important point. What does it mean that? If I have control of my future, then I don't need to anybody to shape my future. Because if I am at the mercy of an outsider, element to decide for my future, then I will be submitted to this element waiting to give me, the ability to do things, to be free. So if thinking, we're going to read beautiful the way how Houston Smith said it. So instead of thinking and looking above, I'm going to look in front of me. So instead of the salvation is sought in a vertical way, it's going to be sought in a horizontal way. So here, he's saying, there is the first thing that we start with, that the author here, Jazakallah khair, and may Allah reward him. The first thing he said that we start with, that there is a shifting of the hope of the human being from the heaven to be executed on earth, to be applied on earth, to be achieved on earth. So it becomes like the civilization, the Western civilization, and this is very important, is founded on how to master the nature so you can fulfill and achieve your wants from it. Okay? The first thing, there is this confidence. So people, atheists today, they have that confidence. They're not like people who are like, anxious by being, no, they are very confident in what they're doing, in what they're following. So if we start from this confidence, we try to understand how they get this confidence. The first thing that we need to know, so the strategy, so whoever designed the frame controlled the outcome. If there is a game, if someone make a game and make the rules of the game, so he controlled the whole game. People, when they are inside the game, they have to follow these rules. So here the idea, if you make the frame that you fit into the atheism, so the one who's inside submitting to the rules of this frame, then he's gonna feel confident, But how this has happened, subhanAllah, how this has happened? So the strategy of the new atheism is acting as an undercover religion. So that's one of the things, as we have mentioned in the other part. Okay. So as we said, يقول, they have this confidence with using their da'wah to be in very lenient way, not harsh, not in peaceful way, not terrorizing, in a way of a friendship, of someone who wants to advise you on someone who care about you. So this is the one of the great feature of the da'wah of these people. Their objective for now, it's not that you adhere or embrace their path. Their objective for you to listen to them. SubhanAllah, it's very important. And you're seeing they are digging into the way of our Prophet ﷺ, or they come up with it with their common sense, or like borrowing and inspiring from hukama. But this is, subhanallah, this is the way how you can take and get, take control of hearts. So when they have this, they, as we have said it, they are using their da'wah as really a hidden religion, dinun mutakhaffin, okay? So one of their thing, how they be, it's like try to change the perception of people. Try to change, to desensitize them and change. So for them to have them, absorb and embrace these new thoughts, because every time they're going to talk to you again and again and again, you listen to them, and then you follow their trend, and then you realize, yes, why not? That's the confidence, how they build it. So here I said free will, path to liberation and high achievement for the humankind. So I say, give me my free will. Why should I restrict my free will to command of you talking about another element that I don't have any relation with? I want my free will. So people come say, don't you want to be control of your future? Yes, then regain back your free will. Don't let your free will be dictated by a religion or dictated by a commander. No, have it in your hand. We'll help you. Just listen to us. Okay? So the new atheism is a result of rationalism, humanism, and freedom. So this is very important, because when they talk about you need to use reason, we care about humanity and we care about freedom. So all these three elements, if you take them on their own, this is our great thing. Everyone wants to use his reason, to have a critical reason, because he does not want to follow, he want to be blindly following. So reason is good. Humanity, caring about humanity, that's subhanAllah in the core of the deen of Islam. So it's good. Freedom, who does not want a freedom? This is great virtue. But they are using these three elements to have their atheism being embraced and heard and being adhered to into the society. Just I'm going through the main point. So this all element had to have people who follow or think are following atheism to have this confidence. So people, when they talk about it, it has confidence. When I tell you, don't you be a rational person, he said, of course. Don't you be, an humanist person looking forward the dignity of humankind, defend their human rights? He said, of course. Don't you want to have a freedom and freedom of people and things? He said, yes, of course. Then that's what atheism. He said, how can you link this with atheism? He said, because when you think with reason, it's science. How can you prove with science that God exists? So they're gonna, people who do not have, way to argue, they said, okay, that makes sense. Humanism, look how violence, look what the religion are doing, are killing. Look what they do in Muslim, what they do for the women, how they kill them, how they do this, how this, the Crusader, what they did in their time. Look at the September 11, what happened, how many people they died. These people, they do not have heart. This is people, how they care about humanity. All what they're saying is lies. He said, yeah, you're making a point. And then he said, don't you want to be in control of your future? You want to have your free will. It's your reason who help you to build your future. I said, how can I do that? You have to free yourself. So this is all elements that give confidence to the followers. Give confidence to the followers. However, how can, build this confidence, and how can people, they usually absorb, that humanism, rationalism, and freedom all take you to atheism. How come? So here, the historical philosophical foundation, this is very important point. This is very, very important point. So there is something what we call reason and the movement of history toward freedom. Reason and movement of history toward freedom. What does it mean, these things? Subhanallah, I will read and then I will explain, okay? So when you look at the Enlightenment thinkers, what was their first objective? Their first objective is to kind of react and have an answer to the church. And this is, subhanAllah, very important. When you see Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala talking us in His book, and the Prophet ﷺ warning us about innovation, and Allah telling us the shirk is the highest of the greatest of injustice, you have to know that this distortion of the previous religion who led to all this. It led to all this. That's why we are talking about something that didn't happen today, didn't happen September 11. It happened actually 3 centuries ago. So there is the conscience of the human mind is being changed, it's being in constant change, till people they accept it and have confidence because their mind inside is really being already prepared for it. Okay? So here, I read for you, قال, the time or the Enlightenment, one of their main objective and tool in promoting their things and their ideas is to glorify the reason, to the point that Kant, he's the one who would come up with the religion of reason. They call it the age of reason. So we cannot submit anymore to the church when the church tells us things like, this is how you have to do, when it's actually going against the science. So the thing started with they call the Copernicus revolution. The Copernicus revolution means that the Copernicus had the evidence that the center of the universe is not the earth, as the church they used to promote and they believe, which is actually their belief. They took it from the pagan of the Greek philosopher, and they added to the book of the Injil, making the explanation of the universe made by pagans' sources, philosophy, nothing have to do with the religion. Then when it becomes a part of religion, anyone who says that the earth is not the center of the universe is a heretic, is someone who's kafir, disbeliever. So they kill him, they torture him. So when Copernicus came with evidence and show that the center of this whole system is the sun and the earth rotate around it, not only changed this, the idea about the situation of the universe, but it changed the people how they think, which is people like now becomes like against the church. So we need to free our mind from this dogma of the church, from these commands who leading us to be always submitted to something that does not make sense. So what we need to fight for is the liberation, the freedom of the mind, of the reason. That's why Kant came, which he wrote his book after the French Revolution. And the French Revolution really marked the beginning of the secular world, the beginning of separating the church and the world and the life. And then came Kant to give the concept of how to think and how to find the certainty or the reality, the truth, without going through the revelation, which for them the revelation is only look to the dogmatism and leads to killing the mind. So they come up with, first, liberate the mind, having, the politics to take over the religion, to give the freedom for people, to give the equality for people, and then the science will be the guide to achieve all of this. Where the religion becomes secondary, the religion. This is the age of reason, okay? So here, reason and the movement of history toward emancipation. So it becomes like the history is now in our hand, is not in the hand of God. We find out about, the earth, not the church. The church was misleading us. Now we can control, and this is here, it's very beautiful. We go through this text written by here, Houston Smith, Forgetting Truth. Look what he says. Hope is indispensable to human health. Okay? How can I take all of this? Okay. To psychological health most immediately, but because man is a psychosomatic whole, so it's like physics with mind and heart, everything works together, also for physical health as well. So the hope is the, let's say, the oxygen for the soul, for the life, for their future. Okay. In the primordial outlook, hope is vertical. So in traditional world, even among the pagan, where they get their hope is from above, from their belief. At least trans-historical. In neither its individual nor its collective version is progress in the traditional sense envisioned as sociopolitical, the gradual amelioration of man's corporate, etc. By contrast, so this is we have our hope, who's give you the life, who give you the reason of life, comes from where? From vertical, from above. For Muslim, we have the vision of loving Allah, believing in Allah. We have the Day of Judgment. We have, so our bliss is in the life that Allah created us for. Such a thing does not exist when you find that the religion is wrong. That's why I said, the biggest, calamity that happened to our generation start from the deviation of the deen. By contrast, the modern version of hope is emphatically historical, and its imagery is horizontal. So, for its eye is on an earthly future instead of heaven. So, we want to make our achievement on earth while we are waiting for the heaven that is not actually providing us for any element of truth. Science is giving us the truth, but those people know. So in one sense, all hope is future-oriented, but that of modernity is doubly so far mankind as a whole as well as for the individual. So here go. What affected this Copernican revolution that I have mentioned, what is Copernican? In the way hope or progress, the same thing is conceived. So there's three agents who make that the mankind, they feel that they are progressing, they are going through the salvation, they are going through their emancipation, they are going through the utopia of greatness, is through their own reason. So what are the three agents? The first is science. So around the 17th century, the scientific method began garnering information at exponential rate. So what science did, nobody can deny it, but science to become the God or the one who the keys for all the salvation, that's what the people they wanted to be. The second, on the heels of this progress in pure understanding, came science's utilitarian spin-off, technology. The second is technology. It multiplied goods, relieved drudgery, which is like, people, they don't work so hard. is, the technology making everything like people, they live in paradise. And contracted disease, which is like just appears, is not true. Now, these two agents are very, kind of obvious. But there's the third one, as he's saying. The third reason has been less noticed because it's kind of privative. It involved not the appearing, but the vanishing of something. Science is new, technology is new. The third agent, you don't see it. Why? Because it's vanishing from the society. And that is the biggest poison. Would not have changed man's outlook. Science and technology would not have changed man's outlook a fraction as much as they did had they not been reinforced by scientism. Scientism, which means the science is the way that gives us the truth, the path to certainty. So their assumption that only the scientific method gives the news about the universe produced the ontological conclusion that corporeal reality is the only concrete and self-sufficient reality there is. So this science and technology and the way of the scientism, which is make like the source, which in simple words, if you want to be sure of something that you can rely on, our certainty is in the book of Allah. For a person like this, where are they going to find certainty? They find it in science and technology. That's their belief. Therefore, if we already have it, then our news about the universe, its source is science, not God, is science. Which is mean, it becomes like the concrete world is the only world that we live in, and we are self-sufficient, and we have all the tools. And that's what changed the mind of the people, okay? So the Enlightenment thinkers and the journey to Yaqeen. The first was Kant, as I have said. Then after Kant came Hegel. Hegel, what he has made in very simple words. Hegel, he's the one who made the history to say like there's a collective consciousness into humankind, all of them working toward the emancipation and the freedom of the human being. So we had, for example, primitive society. After the primitive society, we have the feudal system. It has like, slavery and everything. And then after the feudal system, it turned into the Industrial Revolution. And after the Industrial Revolution came the capitalism. So the history are going through emancipating itself and helping the human being, which is mean like the primitive society in their consciousness are working to give birth to the next stage. The other stage giving birth to the next stage. Now that we are in capitalism, this is going to give birth to the next stage of the utopia of living free and having all what human beings want to have. So this is, in brief, the collective consciousness and the path to the ultimate progress. So we are not talking about salvation, we are talking about progress. That's why some wicked Muslims who follow this path, they call themselves progressism, progressists. We want to go with the progress. We want to use our critical reason. So we have to have the Quran to be judged based on the tool of science, so we know that we have the certainty, because certainty, it comes from science, not from the revelation. Friedrich Nietzsche, he's the last who came to really eradicate everything that has been done. So the Enlightenment thinker, they build the secular world, but always they have a relation with the religion. For Nietzsche, he came to present something new. What is new about Nietzsche? That actually he believes and he says that there are no rules for human life, no absolute values. He tells you who make the good and evil, who define the good and evil. So if you question the foundation of the good and evil, you are questioning the foundation of morality. So for him, the morality need also to submit to reason, not to religion. So by, there is this very shocking statement, he say, God is dead, which is he implies that all the values that brought by the religion need to be all, because those people are not even respecting it. So we need to get rid of it and make our, new values based on our reason. So he said, no certainty on which to rely. If truth can be achieved at all, it can come only from an individual who purposefully disregards everything. So for him, it's like we have to erase everything and then build again. Build again our moral, build again our morality. And this is what he called the superhuman. The superhuman that he meant, to bring of it with the new morality. Who used this term and this ideology? Do you know who used it? He called it in Germany the Übermensch. Who used it? Do you know who used this Übermensch? The way to bring this new breed of people who build this new morality that give the freedom and give them the great morality, not what is being taught by the religion, like mainly he targeted the Christianity. Do you know? Hitler. Hitler used the superhuman. So the theory of Nietzsche being used by Hitler to do what he had done in the World War II. This is then, the important part that we need as a conclusion for here. It's like we have, they have made the history to be under the control of the reason, okay? So if the history, you make it a linear, it goes a linear. There is a stage and there is a stage, so we have the ability to control the next stage. With what? With our intellect, with science and technology, with the politic, which is democracy, and with education. Are the pillars of the new deen. Are the pillars of the new deen. Now, if a whole generation from the 17th century in the Western world, they've been taught this, and the religion is fought for since, and then every philosopher, when he comes, not to refute what the philosopher, he will take, criticize, and add more kufr, Now, when you live in this society, what is the best thing, the dearest thing in your life is your intellect, is your reason. Your reason was going to confer and gift you with your freedom. What is your freedom? Where you can find it? How can you, implement it in the field of politics through the system of democracy? And what is my source of knowledge, of certainty, that it guide me to see the truth, to see my path, is science and technology. Dear brothers, respected sisters, are not this pillar are taught to everyone? Right or no? Everyone is not in the school, all what you being taught. So when they say they don't teach the deen, actually they teach a new deen. And these are the pillars of the new deen. So they build the frame of mind ready to accept atheism in confidence. So the new atheists, if they're making a movement, out of their, as we're saying, subhanAllah, it's out of ignorance, but it is already part of their conscience. That's what they grew up on. So if you see all what you think about religion, violence, intolerance, killing, everything you rigid, wherever you look. And when you look, democracy, everybody is still looking at democracy. Even the Muslim society, they will say, we want to be democratic, we want to be this. Even the tyrant they make, elections with democracy, the leader get 99%. So one, he want to flat, kind of talking and glorifying this leader. He said, Sayyidi, my master, indeed the election should have been 100%. But it's not 100% because your majesty, you didn't vote for yourself. And that's the pure justice. Is it true what I'm saying? Allah, la hawla la quwwata illa billah. طيب. The biological evolution, primal tributary, nourishing the modern consciousness. What are we meaning about here? So one of the things, subhanAllah, that they used is, what are the things out there who are going to help us to justify our path? Okay? So the first thing, it is to rely on the theory of evolution. The theory of evolution. But the funny thing is, that they use it, it's like I put here, idealism precedes realism, which is mean they already have the idea, they already have the path, they have the frame of work. Now they're going to bring the evidence. So it's not the theory of evolution who give them the belief of atheism. Okay? They're already atheists. They already have the framework. So this is the idealism. The ideals is to do like this. Now we're going to borrow, we're going to bring, evidence for that. So the theory of evolution came to serve an agenda that exists. Because the theory of evolution, قال لتشكل ما يشبه التقعيد العلمي. So the theory of it comes to kind of give you the foundation, the knowledge foundation, the cognition foundation, the cognitive foundation of this theory. Okay. قال وإن كنا بالطبع, of course this is not right. Now, this theory of evolution, even, I have here some of the writing that he mentioned, that Darwin himself, he does not use it to refute God. Darwin himself, he does not use it to refute God. And never been used to refute God, but people, when they heard about it, they embrace it to use it to validate and justify their orientation. Because who does not believe in evolution? I'm going to give you a small example that all of you, know how we have been created. You start with the blood clot in the womb of your mother, and you grow, you be in flesh. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala telling you, خلقكم من تراب ثم قال من علقة من نطفة علقة مضغة مخلقة وغير مخلقة. I mean, this is not evolution. What do you call this one? It's evolution. So Islam does not negate science, it does not negate evolution. It's the fact, it's reality. But to link evolution to exclude the creator and you make it through a natural selection comes from nowhere to have all this world, that's what does not make sense. So the true scientists tell you, put me big question mark. How did you pass from, cells lost into the space after a Big Bang to have all of this inaccurate and precise without a designer? Because anything that you do, you need a designer. How the bee looks like a bee, and the human being looks like a human being, and the elephant looks this way. And Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala said, do not look at the camel, which is mean like you look at the camel, you're going to be like, subhanAllah, lost in wonders and astonished. How this camel lives the desert, and how can he live into this way? And you look at his feet, how he's made so that he can walk on a very hard sand and all of that. There is a designer. So using the evolution for the agenda when it does not fit the agenda. As a matter of fact, he said, okay, the scientists now, the more advanced science is, the more the theory of evolution, the way they describe it, is impossible. Because as one of scientists said, if you say someone, you look at the car, you know, it has a steering wheel and wheels and everything. He said, can happen in coincidence. He said, okay, yeah, might be. But the deeper you go in seeing the mechanic of the car, and you see the engine, the more you know, because when you say human being, and I bring you a picture of someone like, you know, he's like old or young and looking like, you know, has some feature of a monkey, and I put a picture of a monkey, and you can make like some Photoshop, you know, work, they're going to say, oh, they look like each other. So you can trick someone who can see the appearance, but the deeper you go, what you see about the DNA, about the cells, how they work, it's a whole world inside. You say, this is impossible to happen with the way that you are talking about. So you see, you have the frame of thought, and then you bring something from outside to justify the frame of thought. This is the theory of evolution. Well, how they used it. But the problem is, our issue here, it's like the theory of evolution, it becomes like a conscience. It becomes like a way of thinking. That's the problem. So when you think about other things, you don't think it like into, for example, in the field of the psychology, I have something to think about it, you know, based on the premises or the studies into psychology. When it comes to the sociology, the same thing. But when this idea of evolution is introduced in every field, then you know that the whole mind is rotten. So I'll give you an example here. Look, expansion of the theory of evolution to different fields of sciences. You find evolutionary sociology, evolutionary psychology, evolutionary neuroscience, theories of cultural evolution. So everything becomes like term of evolution. So now when you tell me, you know, the theory of evolution is wrong, okay, but they're gonna be still atheists. Why? Because you already changed their perception. Their conscience, you changed it. That's the big problem. Huh? Then employing sciences and matter related to good and evil to justify the atheism. Now, for example, people, they talk about good and evil. Look how the evil people, why these people, they are like, have a misery, they have calamities that does not make sense and everything. So justify atheism. Science, they want to justify with its atheism. And there is a lot of example of that. And there is a lot of book, by the way, written about, you know, Darwin and the evolution that does not, it does not quote or not in any way like what these people, they claim are all. And there is a book, his name, What Darwin Got Wrong. And there is actually a report of Darwin himself saying, you know, that it does not refute God. He never said that, and so on, okay? The next point, which is closer to our society that we live in. So we are talking about the framework, the frame of thoughts that being working from the 17th century to normalize into our mind, into our conscience, you know, such a thing. As we said, everywhere in the world, they talk about the democracy as the solution for equalities. And never democracy had achieved such a thing. Just give me an example. I mean, it's a marketing. You buy voices. There is no people sincere to give you, right? And when the vote won, in the last election, they used what they call the electoral college. Huh? So where is the democracy? So you cannot. And then they have in the psychology is to engineer your consent. So they want you to say yes, they work for it in a way you're only gonna say yes. It's a whole study of psychology done in the 50s. And we can show you inshallah, but it's not the time. We'll continue بإذن الله in the second or this one, existential psychology foundation. What it means. The other one is the philosophical part, which is the idea. The ideas, subhanallah, an idea can change a whole nation. So the idea, when it grows, it's gonna becomes like, subhanallah, a concept. When it starts becoming a concept, it's going to become a creed, belief. And when it becomes a belief, it's going to change your way how you look at things. And when you change the way of look at things, it becomes really dictating your choices and free will. Okay? So here we end up at this conclusion, which is the movement of history is linear. As it's linear with this collective consciousness that it happened. It's like you want it or you don't want it, you are working for it. That's what you call it, the dialectism, And Marx, when he came, he said, we cannot base it on idealism because this is close to religion. We're going to base on materialism. And the materialism, how they come up with the idea of communism and excluding God from the whole system. Okay. The second one is different. So we have the framework, the frame of thought is already, kind of defined. And as we have said, is being, subhanallah, changing the mind and preparing to be able, easy to embrace all this idea. The psychological part, as we're going to see here, add to the previous foundation the existential psychological foundation, which actually arose from the first foundation, is the most prevalent reason of atheism in today's world. Okay. Its main characteristics, that this atheism is a result of cognitive disintegration. The problem, there is a lot of theories out there that conflicting. There is nothing clear. There is no answer to the question of from where we came and who is the creator. There is no such an answer. You can look at it. The only one, wallahi, who said, I'm saying the truth is Allah in the Quran. There is no one who dared to say, I know the truth. No one. I challenge anyone who said, this is the ultimate truth. To say this is the ultimate truth, nobody. They say, my theory is true, my path is true, but they say, I have the ultimate truth, nobody. The second thing is loss of identity. People, they lost their identity, they lost their tradition, they lost their customs. They are lost, they don't know who they are. There is a beautiful statement here. He said, this, writer, her name is Nancy Houston, is from Canada, because I was looking, there's another person, but she's totally in different field. But this one, her book, I think, is written in the 50s. She said, the first step toward chaos is to conceive in a very early, age, when someone is still very young, that we don't have, we are not in this world because of higher power who had us to come here. And we are in this world not because we intended to be here, but by way of coincidence and contingencies, like it happened, بل ربما نتيجة غلطة. Maybe is actually an effect of mistake. That's why we are here. So this is what is still in a very young age. You are here, came from coincidence. So there is nothing, nobody care about you. This is what this author is saying. And you came here, nobody want you to come here. You came from coincidence, you came from like this, and maybe you came by mistake. عندها يصبح وجوده في هذه حد ذاته عبثا. This now your existence become in itself does not mean anything. It becomes like, عبث, it's like you came for nothing. The whole creation happened for nothing. I'm here, I don't know why, for coincidence. Then my existence, it's in vain, it does not have a meaning. فتشعر بأنك زائد عن الحاجة. Then you feel that you are not needed. Someone you are spare. You are nothing. تجلس أمام الجدار هذه المسلمة بلا حراك يصيبك ذلك. When you think about it, it's going to give you a migraine. It's going to really give you like a vertigo. You feel like, subhanAllah, hating yourself. You're going to be filled with rage, with angry, and you only have one thing inside you, to destroy everything around you. This is a book and professor of despair, the nihilism in the European literature. This is the name of the book. So imagine, subhanAllah, so this is how the psychology is being destroyed from the childhood. You are nothing, you came from nothing, you are here by coincidence, maybe you are by mistake. How these kids, they're going to grow up? Filled with rage, with a lot of, instability. All what they do is to really destroy everything. And this is what you're seeing, okay? So, loss of identity. This one author, he has a book, his name, The Fall of Public Man. Call it corrosion of character. Corrosion of character. So it's like steel getting corroded. There is no plausible cognitive foundation to justify the new atheism for different reasons among them. Nobody has, a cognitive, which is something from knowledge, evidence, a true theory that tell you new atheism or atheism is something that is certain as true. First, an atheist could not clearly understand the reason of his atheism. If you ask someone, tell him, you know how many cells there are in the body, and tell them how this can happen by coincidence. He look at you like, oh. But when you ask the first thing, I watched a video, someone who's like, I think, a religious person, go in a campus and ask a person, do you believe in God? Say, no, I don't believe in God. 10 of you ask them, all of them, they don't believe in God. And ask him a question, okay, can I ask you a question? He said, yes. He said, how many cells, for example, exist in the? He said, I don't know. And they tell him, said, do you think all the cells, they work just by coincidence? He would look like, no, I don't think so. He said, you are telling me there is then a God. He said, no, I don't believe in God. So these people, they follow the trance of subhanAllah. It becomes like a culture. It becomes like a social culture that they become atheists. Okay? طيب. There is no plausible cognitive foundation. Atheists could not clearly understand the reason for his atheism. Atheism guaranteed the affiliation to the modern society, driven by its liberal thoughts, which the La ilaha illallah, what they call it, the battery is off. Dear brother Mahmoud, if you can bring us the cord is in the office. Jazakallah khair. Allah yafir. Now we ask you to be patient today. Let me get it on. I don't think I have it here. But khair, inshallah. Maybe I can do it from here. No, it's Apple? Yeah, because we have the... but khair, inshallah. I will have it, inshallah. So. I have it, inshallah. Yes. Oh, طيب, I have it. Inshallah, I have it. Huh? Mahmoud is coming, then we solve the problem. You, طيب, no problem. It's a break, inshallah. جزاك الله خير محمود. الله يحفظك. So I'm disconnected, huh? I was disconnected? Yeah, okay. طيب, خير, back online. طيب, if you have any question, that will be good. I've been لا إله إلا الله. طيب, it froze. Some question online? طيب, can you read them?
I have recently met someone.
Yeah.
Okay. I have recently met someone who claimed ex-Muslim. What is the best way to bring them back to the religion without making them run further away from it?
Now, this is our new reality, really. So when someone, for example, I was ex-Muslim or things, we have first to accept this reality. Because usually we get very shocked, very hurt that this is a new reality. And this class or this book that we are studying together is actually helping us to see that if Allah gives you the belief, you are the selected, chosen, honored one. We say, Alhamdulillah, that there's not more of Muslims who already left their religion. So this is something is very big. This is something very, very big. Tell me, those who, all our youth, all our young ones, we have young adults, they study from first grade to getting all their degree into the system of the secular system. All what we have said, all what we have talked about is being instilling in them. So to be coming to the masjid, believer, pray and learn and study, say Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen. Alhamdulillah. The way how to call these people, first, it's first if he's like his own decision. We wish that he come to Islam. But when we think of it, what is our da'wah toward them? Or should we make da'wah to them? Okay? Because as Muslim first, what do we have to offer as Muslim to people who left Islam? Should we not study why he left Islam? If we study why he left Islam, and then we have to study all of these things, because you cannot tell him, oh, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala loves you, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala wants this for you, Allah subhanahu, that is already out of his heart, out of his mind. So we need to study this psychology to help them, or to try to be, talk their language. Talk their language. Said why? He said, you have freedom, reason. Tell them what reason? When we be, inshallah, mastering this type of topics, then we'll be able to relate and to talk to them. In meanwhile, we need to be the good example, to not, be rude to them, but to also to not be very close to them, because you want to also protect. So we are, as believe in a situation, I will say, show you in the hadith, in the Quran. Maybe I will share it with you here. In Surah Al-Ma'idah, and according to Abdullah ibn Mas'ud radiyallahu ta'ala anhu, is going to be in the end of time. And I believe this ayah, it goes into the society we live in. Go sit next to me. This is a very important ayah, which will be, inshallah, a good answer for the question. Inshallah. Here. All you who believe, guard your own souls. Wallahi, this is what we need to do in today's world. We have to take care of our souls. Take care of yourself. Take care of your dear ones. And if you follow the right guidance, look, Allah subhanahu, if you follow right guidance, no hurt can come to you from those who stray. The goal of your all is to Allah. It is He that will show you the truth of all that you do. In time of Abu Bakr and in time of Abdullah ibn Mas'ud, they said, oh, we don't need to enjoin good and forbid evil, because Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala said, take care of yourself. So Abdullah ibn Mas'ud said, no, it was not revealed for you. It revealed for those who are going to come in the end of time, where there is a lot of fitan. And Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala say, hold on your deen. If you just follow the path of the guidance, none of the thing around you is going to cause you or lead you astray. This is the answer. So when you see someone pass to the other, shore, he said, may Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to protect me, because many of our people, they can be in the other shore. So let's first secure our creed, secure our identity. Many of you have already noticed, maybe most of our speech in this center, alhamdulillah, is about identity, strengthen our identity, work on our identity, because of things that is happening around us. Let's finish, inshallah, and go back to the question. The second thing, atheism guarantees the affiliation to the modern society driven by its liberal thoughts and secular mind. So one will not feel being outcast, abnormal, or excluded. So people now, to fit in, we have today the culture of fitting in. If you're not like them, you feel like an outcast, a stranger. So people, they cannot handle to not be part of them. They cannot handle to not fit in. So to go with the crowd, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, مَا سَلَكُمْ فِي سَقَرٍ. How come that you are in Saqar? We were not used to pray. Things وَكُنَّا نَخُوضُ مَعَ الْخَائِضِينَ. We used to follow everybody, following the trend. So to feel you have affiliation, that you're not an irregular person, that you're not an abnormal person, that you're not an outcast, you are a normal person. Talking about reason, I was talking about, I want freedom, I want things, democracy, I'm going to fight, I'm going to put my voice, I'm going to show that I vote, I have a big I vote here. And he said, I am part of you. That's bring that pride to be part of a community, part of this society. I fit in. This leads to atheism. Because I'm following what they're saying. People, they sit, in a godless speech, they're talking about everything except God, and people, they discuss and everything, and we have to vote for someone as example. Where's Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala in what you're saying? The atheist view of the universe does not arouse from a proper conviction, rather it is dictated by the pressures of the culture context, which is me like, what is my objective in life? What I want for my life? It's not anymore what I want to believe or I try to believe. It becomes like pressured on us. People, they are like dictated. This is what you need to believe. Science, when people, they say science, when people, subhanallah, people say, but science said this. You have to just be quiet. You cannot even talk. You say science, you're going to be like, you are irrational. You are someone who's not like, ignorant. That's how people they become. So you cannot say no to science. One science, subhanAllah, every time, every year, they said, they show that the other theory is wrong. So then they have to update it. They have to correct it. But they keep telling you science is the source of certainty. And this is making the pressure, the pressure of the culture context. Everyone need to, talk good and praise democracy. Why? Because it's the system of the secular world that's supposed to give you your freedom. It's not giving you the equality. We still have a systemic racism that democracy could solve, but yet democracy always is the solution. Why? Because it's the pressure of the social context. It's the pressure of the social context, and I'm trying to find the notes here to continue. 75. So what had happened here is saying the atheism of the philosophical part and being for all this century, from the 17th century, have changed the conscience of people and have them to lose their identity. Having this pressure of the culture context being dictated the views on the people, what it happened, it's like a big ditch. It has been, subhanallah, kind of, you see it in the whole civilization of the Western civilization. There is a big gap. That some of them, they say the only way to bridge this gap, to correct this big wound, is to go back to the tradition. He said those traditions, having customs, at least keep people together. Now that you do not have tradition, you don't have any compass, any direction where to attach to. Talking about, subhanAllah, even tradition, that it might help bring people to their true reason. This is, it's not math, inshallah. Inshallah, it's not going to take long. But this one is good. There is a person who did, inspired from other people, he did what they call the map of consciousness, the map of consciousness. So they make their study to see how the education, what is, people they talk about, it really transformed their conscience. So everything they have a particular color. So he's saying here, if we look and study this map, we'll find that the conscience of people today, it goes with the number 5 and number 6. So number 5 is going to be this one, okay? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. If I'll magnify it and you see, Taib, I think I do not have the right one, but this is the one who subhanallah give you in the conscience of the people. So I will read because I think I didn't get the right diagram or graphic. But we are on the fifth one, or the green one. So he's saying, this map of consciousness help to understand how people they think. And the way how they think, it define their action, define what they want to share, define their messages, etc. So he's saying, the number 5, which is actually the green one, tell you the level where the conscience of humankind get to. So in this level, which is actually he said the burtuqali, the orange here. So it tells you like how people they want to do self-chosen belief system. You see, linear time, which is as we have mentioned. So we're talking about things that is going to be better, and technology and science is going to help us focus here. Focus on scientific method, okay? Objective, measurable reality. I don't want something for the unseen. Laws, control, result, goals, plans, a self-chosen belief system. So all of this is based on scientific achievement. The other one, the higher one, which is gonna be like talking about the scientific discourse, we want things that is comprehensible, knowable, rational, discoverable. So this becomes like embedded in the conscience of the human, into, especially we're talking about the Western one. The other one, it becomes like sensitive self, which is people, they feel like, want to dissociate themselves from what they call the herd. They want to be like free. They want to go, this is people talking about, human rights, a green land, being green, being, vegan. This is, subhanAllah, is within the conscience of these people. So when you see Richard Dawkins having entered this map, what he's calling for is all about scientific achievement, which is make this very close to the reality. For Richard Harris, he's talking about, nobility and freedom and humanism and come together and hand to hand, and this is into this map. But you can study it. The name of the author of this is named Ken Wilber, and you have it here. And it's actually amazing study that it define how people, and I mean, what we mean about this consciousness, something that decide, that guide you into your decision without you knowing why you are going this way. Why? Because it's into your conscience. What is conscience? Something that you don't think that, in front of you. It's like, I think this bottle has water, but I don't think, it's my conscience that I know the water is going to, I need it and I need it to drink. I don't think about it to say, what this? Oh, water then is good for my body and I need it when I'm thirsty. Okay, I'm going to drink. No, that's in my conscience. So what he's talking about this, the scientific achievement is in our conscience. So when I see something scientific, I believe in it without thinking about it. When I see people talking about humanism, about, being green, about, all this against what all their movement they have, about humans and humanism in their way, kindness is something that I dare to without even thinking. That's what it means, the conscience. So it becomes like, subhanAllah, in the back of our mind, guiding us because it's been instilled into this mind for all this century, and it becomes part of the social culture. It's really astonishing study, and inshallah, you have it, and I might be updating the one that I have told you about, but this one is also has the element that we have mentioned earlier. I think the number 1 here, aware of multiple. higher principle, aware of system, interdependence, expanded in historical time, enduring core self, integrating multiple. Anyway, yeah. But khair, inshallah. Conclusion. In 2 words, so not inshallah, we'll stop here. Atheism is based on arrogance and self-sufficiency. So arrogance, and they are proud and have this excessive ujub and pride that they can master nature and they can control the future and what is gonna, so their salvation, their achievement, their happiness, the pursuit of happiness is in the progress, and the progress, its element is science, technology, politics that it control, but by, away of course from the religion, and everything is the reason, the age, or like the religion of reason, okay? And this is based on arrogance, based on what you have mentioned. There is no God, everything is horizontal. Our future is our, happiness. Whatever we do, they tell you, do for your children by, adding, helping in the progress. In the way of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, the true hope exists only in the way of Allah. If the whole Western civilization is based on one thing, what will be this one thing? Is to master the physical world. So they can define and build their own future the way they want. For the way of Allah, if we can put it in one word, what would be the one element to define the path toward the true happiness? Is to master the self. Is to master your own self by purifying it in the way of Allah. That is the path of happiness. That what will go with you the hope all the time. I will stop here, inshallah. I hope that we have communicated to you the very important, trait and characteristic of this new atheism. And again, as a summary, think about the hope of salvation, not anymore from the heaven, but in the progress and achieved on the earth. That's the first thing. The historical philosophical foundation start from the 17th century. Has been people instilled these ideas from then. That's what we talk about the secular world. Science, technology, and having the science which is the source of the truth, then God does not exist. Revelation is not needed. Why? Because we already have the tool to give us the truth. Okay? Then it turned to be part of subhanallah, the corrosion of character, of identity. As we have mentioned, people are following. Why? Because it becomes their frame that they live in. Okay? And نسأل الله سبحانه وتعالى أن يثبتنا على الصراط المستقيم, and may Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to increase us in knowledge. And inshallah, in the future we'll have more studies about this topic to help us know more about our environment and help those from our people who are far or get to the other way, and also help those who do not know the faith, that the way of Islam is the way of the hope and is the way of the ultimate salvation. Jazakum Allahu khairan wa barakallahu fikum. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to reward you all. May Allah to reward you for your patience, and may Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala make us from the people of understanding. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala increase our iman, give us the firmness on the path, illuminate our soul, cure our heart, help us to have the greatest of moral, and help us to be people of true to our faith. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to bestow upon us the gift of the love of Allah, the love of His Messenger, the love of all the action that lead us to the pleasure of Allah. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to accept from us, and may Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to reward you all. Reward, mashallah, Brother Aldi, who's his great soldier here, helping us here. Brother Ibrahim, Jazakallah khair. Mahmoud and everybody and every one of you. And may Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala give us the opportunity to do again this dawrah next year, bi-idhnillahi ta'ala. Jazakumullahu khairan. We'll pray bi-idhnillah, and after the prayer, we'll distribute the ijazat. Or should we distribute it now? After the prayer. Just for this is the ijazah. For those who had, so is in Arabic, I will give it so those. This is a certificate of completion of the Dawra al-Ilmiya, the first, the Al-Amaan and the university. So this is here, the books that we have studied. And this part here, if you see, Alhamdulillah, this is the chain of narration back to the author of the book, Shaykh al-Islam Ibn Taymiyyah. And this is also, Alhamdulillah, this is Fadlullahi alayna, that we have met Dahir al-Din, that he gave us the ijazah to narrate his books that he has studied to Al-Imam Ibn Hazam, insha'Allah ta'ala. جزاكم الله خير. طيب, then